Hello, testing. Testing. Can anybody hear me? Okay, so we're getting started with a Voron build. I've kind of got a little bit of it going on over here. And I've been messing things up already, so this is going to be a challenge. Anyways, this is a LDO Voron kit. It's 250 by 250, and you know, I'm putting it together. I just got all my 3D printed parts done. Oh, my head's out of the. Let me get rid of that. Okay, yeah, I'm putting this together. I got all my printed parts, which I need to get out of this other printer. And this is going to be a long stream. We're basically going to try to put this thing together all in one stream, so I don't know if that's going to work. And we're not off to a good start. So I'll tell you what's going on. Basically, here's all my 3D printed parts. Big thanks to Mr. Cerillo. I don't know if he's in the stream right now, but he generously printed all the parts for me. And might as well plug PolyMaker because he used PolyMaker Filament for all of it. So this is going to be a PolyMaker build. And I'm coming into some problems here because I took the linear rails off. I want to clean these up, but it's not going so well. So I'm just trying to get it put back together at this point. I've lost a couple ball bearings, but I have other ball bearings I can backfill in there, but they might not be the exact same size, so yeah, we're getting ourselves into some trouble here. So that's where we're at, and I think it's time to get started with the build. So I got an ultrasonic cleaner, and I was planning on cleaning all these out. I don't know if you need to actually clean them, but I kind of assumed I did, so I started taking things apart. Amar, I'm still building the Stinger. I'm not working on it right now, though, because I had some parts to print, and I wanted to get this thing just put together because I just got all the 3D printed parts in for it, and I'm hoping that it will go quickly, but I don't think it will. Just given that I'm stuck with this linear bearing issue, or linear rail. These balls they come out and then they don't go back in where they need to go. So that's what I'm struggling with right now. Does anyone know if I actually need to clean and lube these before I put this printer together? Because it would save a lot of time if I didn't have to do that. Yes, balls. Amar, honestly, I'm liking the Stinger a lot, so take that for what it's worth. There's just so many parts on a Voron, and I feel like it's a little more complicated to build. I didn't drop any of the carriages, there's like individual balls I'm trying to put back into the carriage. So we'll get that put back together in, I wouldn't say no time, but in some amount of time. Okay, I just dropped some more. So I don't think this part is necessary. Yeah. WD-40 lithium. Okay. So it sounds like I started down this path and I actually didn't need to go down it. So I'm just going to try to put this back together. Okay, and I'm almost certainly getting contaminants into this bearing now because it's taken apart. Okay, that's all loaded up. That's all loaded up. Now I need to try and get this back on the rail without losing any balls. And I'm pretty sure one of these lost a ball as well. I think it's this one. So I'm going to need to get a ball back in there. I'm not going to get a Green Boy pellet extruder. If I was sent one, I would play around with it, but I don't really want to pay for something that I'm going to have to not be sure if it works. It's just kind of not a good time for me anyways because I got so many other projects going on. Just get a new carriage. No need to take the carriage off, they're all just... Okay. Toss some grease on it and move it back and forth. Alright. Well, I'll try to get this one put back in place. Oh, okay. Like 7 balls fell out when I just did that. So that's pretty messed up. And I just dropped a couple more. Okay. This is a terrible experience. I would not recommend taking these linear rails off, the actual rails. Just let the carriages hang out on those rails. Never take them off. Never ever take them off. Oh no! I'm losing more of them. Okay. Okay, so I think for at least the first half hour of this stream, I'm just going to be trying to put this back together. Use magnets? The rail with the fallen bearing goes on Z. Okay. Here we go. Alright, we got all the balls in there. Now, how do I keep them in place when I put it back onto the rail there? Is there any tricks? Any life hacks? Work in a small container. Okay. I have these little magnet trays, so maybe I'll put one of these down here for any balls that fall out. And let's see if this will go in. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I have these things, so I can slide the rail on in a controlled environment. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's how I'm supposed to do it. And then I can put this up here and then transfer it onto the rail. Ah, yes. Perfect. Okay, that worked. Now, I think this one lost a ball as well. Okay, so these things are actually great. These are like essential. You have to, I'll zoom in for you. Okay. You gotta take one of these and then transfer the rail, transfer the carriage onto one of these things. And that way the balls can't fall out. Okay, yeah, this one is missing one ball, so we'll put one in there too. Okay, there we go. This is looking a little bit better. Yeah, you just got one of these things. Ta-da. None of them are missing balls anymore. We got that under control. I have some lithium grease in the mail, so I will apply some WD-40 white lithium grease later on. Okay, so rail disaster avoided for now. I'm not going to do that again. These don't really feel like they have any contaminants in them. They run pretty smooth, so you know, if I have issues with them later, then I might have to take it apart and redo that stuff. But for now, I think we're good. Okay, let's get everything reassembled here. We'll save the ultrasonic cleaner for later. Whew. Yeah, everything's fine. Disaster averted. I forget which way these go on. I think it's something like this. Alright. Now I have the perfect scapegoat in case there's any print quality issues. It was my fault. User error, bearings. Okay, so let's put this back together. It is a little concerning to me that I can't remove these rails without partially disassembling the printer. Like, it'd be nice if I could just have some extra space off the side of the rails to be able to slide them off and service them. But I guess you won't need to do that very often, so it's not a huge deal. But it would make things a little bit more serviceable, which is always good. Yes, Derek Cerillo. Ah, what a legend. He's here. A single seat build is demanding. I hope the parts are good enough. Yeah, we'll take a look at your parts in a little bit here. So Derek printed out all the parts for me, which is a huge help. So thank you, Derek. I'm printing out my parts for the LH Stinger now, and I'm seeing how much work that is. So thanks for putting all that work in, Derek. Okay, so Fiona's still there could be one ball missing. Replace the Y one with the good one on Z. If you notice the difference, replace the Y and Z ones. I think it'll be fine. I should be able to swap them around later, just by undoing the 12 screws. I can pull it off and plop it on somewhere else. Okay, thanks, Derek. Yeah, I should be streaming for a little while, so I wouldn't be surprised if I'm still at it when you get off work. Okay, tighten those up. Okay, and there we go. All right, let's take a look at the printed parts now, because we're at that stage. Alright, here's some parts. I don't know what they do. These are all just random pieces to me right now. Here's the face of the printer. Then here's everything else. It literally sounds like a box of Legos. So, alright. It's a pretty similar experience, though. You're just, you know, Legoing it up, building all sorts of things. This is the adult Lego kit. Okay, so I'm going to get the instruction manual up on the screen so I can start reading that. And hopefully we will figure out what we're doing as we go. Alright, I'm just rearranging my desktop so I can see everything that's going on, and the comments, and also have the manual up on the screen, so bear with me here. Instructions will go in the top left here just so you can see what I'm working on, what part of the instructions I'm at, and we'll make it a little bigger. And hopefully it doesn't block me too much, but that's okay if it does. Okay, that looks pretty... Fiona's, be nice. It's fine. Stringing is not a big issue. Legos for the grown man. Yep, exactly. Alright, so let's get to the Voron Trident kit. Here's wiring guide. Okay, yeah, okay, I remember where I'm at now. So I want to go to the official Voron, let's see. I need to go to the official Voron website. Where is it? guide. Maybe this is it. Official Voron assembly manual. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so if you haven't built a Voron before, they have great documentation. That's like one of the standout features of the Voron community. They have like better documentation for assembly than basically anything else, including like private corporations. It's just very good documentation. So, Voron assembly guide. Let's do it. More pages. Give me more. I already put the frame together, so I'm just gonna skip through this part. And I'm going to get to the part where we have things attached to printed parts, because we now have printed parts. So, let's see. Does anyone recommend going in an alternate assembly order than what they say in the manual, or should I pretty much just follow along with the official manual? Looks like I need idlers. Makes sense if you think about it, why movement is such a bottleneck sometimes. What Voron would you main if you had to get one? Personally, I just like the Trident the best. Yeah, the Trident seems the best to me. I don't really like the whole flying gantry design, personally, just because it's a bunch of extra cost for the motors. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna find the parts I need. This looks like one of them. It's really difficult to dig through all these parts right now, but hopefully as the build progresses it will be easier. Okay, this looks like something I need. Here's another one. Okay, we're getting there. Then there's these little two C-shaped things. This looks complicated. Not sure what that is, but chunky part. Another one. Nathan's chat builds robots. Yeah. I mean, I could use some help from you guys, so I guess I'll scroll down a little bit more. Oh, I have to do heat set inserts now. Okay, I'll find those. Alright, and then I have these little C-shaped things. Okay, alright. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll separate out all the frame pieces, because those are chunky and taking up a lot of space in the box. So anything that's like part of the frame or the electronics enclosures, I'll separate out. Okay. Here we go. And then I'll put the afterburner parts in one area as well. Just get a little organized here. I don't know what this is. What is that? No idea. This looks like a motor mount. Okay, I think this goes on the tool head somehow. Okay. Alright, this goes on the bed. This goes on the frame. Alright, I found one of them. I found one of these little C-shaped parts. Put that over there. We got another one. Alright, yeah, once you start kind of organizing the parts, it's a lot easier to find things. I think this goes on the bed. I don't know what this is. This looks like an extruder part. Alright, so we found those guys. I think that's all the parts I need for this step. And I need to start using some heat set inserts, so we'll get to that. Okay, stealth burner, afterburner was no idea where the parts from the extruder. Yeah, I'm using the stealth burner afterburner combo. Pro tip, do you heat the inserts in one go? Is there a few and always stopping to heat? Cool, insert will take some time. I don't know, we'll figure that out as we go. So I have the LDO kit, so thank you for LDO for sending this over. So I can have this lovely experience of putting a Voron together. Alright, here's our heat set inserts. Got a whole bag of them. I think it came with a tool for actually heating those up. Let's see which box it's in. I have more parts. Here's some parts I printed out. I don't know if these will be any useful for anything, but I'll just set those aside. Here's the control board. It's like LDO's own design. Okay. And here's our heat set insert pressing tool. So, time to get out the soldering iron. It's soldering iron time, so here goes all that. Okay, what are we going to unplug? That'll do the trick. Turn this on. Yep, that's ready. Now I just need to change the tip of my soldering iron out. Instead of using the actual soldering tip, I'm going to install this thing, which should make things a little bit easier. Okay, I don't know. Oh, that goes on there. Does this work? Huh, I've never installed one of these before, but there you go. Now I can heat set insert away. Now I haven't used one of these tools before, so hopefully it goes well. I'll give you a little close-up as we get into the soldering fun. The soldering fun. Normally I just use a bolt. I thread this onto a bolt and then hit it with a torch and then plunge it in. But since I'm going to be doing a lot of these and they gave me a special tool for it, I might as well try it out. I'm going to put the lens hood on just to give you guys the ultimate image quality. Here goes. Yes, this is a 250 bed size printer. Alright, so does anyone know what temperature I should set this thing to? That. I think I want to lower it. Maybe like 500. Does 500 sound about right? 280. Okay. 280C or 280? Okay. I think this is Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, everybody's all worried about the patents now. Everybody's all scared of Stratasys patenting everything. Okay, so I have 4 of these parts. I'm not sure how to differentiate them. It looks like these two are identical, so maybe the Voron design is... Nope, they're not identical. They actually have some slightly different features. I can't tell which one this is. But apparently a heat set insert goes into Yeah, right there. Okay. So I'll just preload it, and then we'll squish it in. That's not too hard. So I think it'd be safe to say if there's any kind of blind holes like that, I should just put heat set inserts into them. Alright, let's go to little C-shaped guys here. Okay, 500's fine then, I think. I think this is the F, famous last words. Oh, in Fahrenheit? Yeah. Accidentally set it to Celsius. That would be a bad move. So I have a question for the chat. Has anyone here been to Japan or is from Japan? Because I'm curious about what it's like to visit there. Alright, here we go. We'll just preload those. This is really nice. The way these heat set inserts are set up. You can basically just insert them and they stay flush right where you need them. And you just come in with the heat gun. Very convenient. And I can come in with a flat thing and just make sure it's flush. It looks like it's a little proud, so we'll just squish it down some more. Yep. Nice and easy. I'm generally annoyed by having to use heat set inserts, but once you have the right setup to do it and you have a proper tool for the job, it's actually really easy. And the holes are designed correctly to accept the nuts. It's really not bad. So good job, Voron Design, and thanks LDO for hooking us up with these tools in the kit to make everything easy. Okay. Then we put some M5 nuts in there. Let me get them nuts. Having trouble finding the nuts. M5s, they say. Ah, here we go. M5 hex nut. I'm gonna change the lighting in here. We'll see what you guys think. What do you think about the lighting now? Was that an improvement? Do you like the extra brightness and the different lighting angle? Let me know, because I can change the lights again if needed. Ah, Steve Builds is here. Thank you. Alright, yeah, thanks for checking in, just in case I collapse or something while we're doing this. I did get a little bit of a head start on a few things. Like I have the frame put together, and I spent So I got the frame put together, and I spent a little time familiarizing myself with the design, so that should help me go through things a little bit more smoothly. Oh, you like the lighting? Thank you, Mike. It's my LED grow light up there, providing insane lighting. It just blasts everything with additional light. I think it's pretty good, and it's probably one of the best cost per watt lights out there, and it's pretty good for filming. So, pro tip if you're looking for cheap lighting. I want to build a Trident as well. Just LDO is quite expensive, and the only great competitor is sadly out of order right now. Fistech and Formbot are decent, but I don't know. Yeah, Fistech, they sponsored me by sending over the LH Stinger kit. I'll show you that frame. This thing, it's basically a open source bed slinger type design, pretty much based on the Ender 3, but super beefed up. Fistech sent this to me. I like it so far, but I've never had great experiences or heard great things about their electronics. So we'll see if we run into issues when we get to that point. LDO takes their job seriously, and they try to make everything work and provide good documentation. And same with the Voron project in general. They try to provide good documentation. But I imagine if you're just getting a kit, Fistech would be okay, but you would want to, or personally I would want to change out a lot of the electronics. Or maybe you could just try putting it together and see if it works. But it is frustrating to build an entire thing and then the electronics are bad, or there's some missing documentation to get everything working, and then you end up having to spend like another 20 hours getting that going or buying extra parts. So, yeah. With LDO, at least you know that it's like a quality kit, that they care enough to make sure everything works out of the box. Okay, LDO makes good main boards, although Nighthawk 36 is experiencing issues with 3 to 5% failure rate. Well, we'll see if I'm part of that 3 to 5%. Fistech 350 right now, only thing I can say so far is they don't have a specific manual for their own kits, so things are a little tough. Yeah. That's kind of what I get from Fistech, because they like really lean on the people who designed the printer to provide the best documentation, and if they make changes to it, they're not going to tell you exactly how you need to modify your instructions. My kit doesn't have CNC parts, I don't think. Alright, so let's get back to the build. I just did those 2 heat set inserts. I found the M5 nuts. Time to move on to the next step. I'm not sure why this PDF loads like one little bit at a time. Come on. Come on. I need to go to page 26. Give me page 26. Give me page 26. I'm done with page 25. I might need to hit the refresh button on this manual. Do I have internet? Like, I'm pretty sure I have internet. What with the live stream running. Alright. Yeah, it's frozen at page 26 for some reason. I think I have downloaded the whole thing. Just give me 1 second. I will pull that up. I need to open up the PDF that's stored on my computer. This is pretty strange. Here we go. It's probably better to just have the PDF open anyways, so we'll be using the we'll be using this from now on. Okay. I wish this would be a little more like in the right aspect ratio. Anyways, assembly aid. This bolt is used to align components that will be removed later in setup. Okay. So I need to find these two kind of funky looking parts. I have one here. It's this guy with the slot. Looks like a little 6-bit character, like a 8-bit character in a video game or something. We got one of those. I don't know if there's more than one of these. It looks like there is. So I'm gonna have to dig up the rest of these little parts. We'll turn off the soldering iron for now to avoid 3rd-degree burns. Yeah, these are funny looking little guys. Looks like a character of some sort. Okay, let me catch up with the chat. I got a little distracted. Man versus PDF reader, yes. Alright. Well, I guess I can... Let me change the form factor of this, since it's forcing me to display the page in this way. I'll just reclaim some of my screen real estate and... Oops. Move this up. No. There we go. Move that up. Maybe make it a little bigger too. Okay. That looks good. Looks good to me. Okay, so... we gotta look up some bearings too now. This is a lot of work, guys. I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Okay, so I'll get some bolts. It looks like I need an M5 by 40. Right here. Ta-da. And then I also need F95 bearings and 2 M5 shims. Here's my M5 1mm spacers. I think that's what I need for this step. So we'll get that out, and then I need to find those bearings, which I think are up here somewhere. Okay, good thing we turned that soldering iron off. Okay. Alright, let's just put that away. We don't need that out here right now. Anyways, the bearings. We got some nice high quality bearings. We got NSK here. And then we have some presumably lower quality bearings. They're not in a specific package. So I need the let me zoom out a little bit. F695. Nice. Okay. So I'll get 2 of those. They're pretty greasy. They've definitely got some shipping grease on them. Alright, we'll stack that up with 2 M5 shims. Okay, I lost everything after dropping stuff, so we got this little guy, the little llama thing. I guess I'll take the bolt, stick it up through the bottom, put our stack on there. One shim, one bearing, other bearing, other shim, and then the top piece. Ta-da! That looks pretty nice. Sweet. Okay. Next. Yeah, we got the fancy bearings up in here. Alright, A idler, okay. So next up, we put the this thing on. Yeah, these pictures are really helpful because they help you see exactly which thing you need. So I guess I do this kind of complex operation. We pull that bolt out. I'll get this somewhat centered first. Let's move it to the middle. We pull the bolt out. Oof, this looks all sorts of backwards. Well, apparently this is how it goes. We put this here, put the bolt in through the top. Lining it up with all the stuff on the inside. And then we put a M5 bolt and M5 nut in the bottom. And that looks good. I'm gonna get a Allen key so I can tighten everything up. Okay, here we go. Ta-da! I got an idler done. Hooray. Okay. Next up I need to put an M3 washer and M3x40 bolt up in here. Well, we zoomed out way too much. M3x40 they say. M3x40, yeah. I have an M3x30 bag. M3x50. Here we go. M3x40, and then we'll get the washers out too. Oh. Huh. Was I supposed to use these M5 washers? Because there's the M5 washers and then there's the brass trims. Unclear. And then here's the M3 washers. There's only 4 pieces of them. Most kits would have a ton of these, but I guess they only use a few of them on this Voron. Hi Maker Viking and 3D Wolf Engineering. Magic Phoenix returns. Yeah, I haven't heard of Magic Phoenix. To be fair, I don't really know much about most of these Voron brands, so. All right. Okay, so here's the tensioner. Interesting. Very interesting. Cool. So now when I loosen or tighten this bolt, it pulls the, well, you can kind of see it. It just pulls the tensioner over to one side. So I guess that'll be used to set the belt tension. Very nice. Alright, I think that's done. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, it's just the same thing on the opposite-handed assembly. So just like before, we get 2 bearings. Two spacers. One M5 by 40. Stick this up through the bottom. Spacer. Bearing. Bearing. Spacer. Printed part. And then we get the thingy here. Slide it on. Pull out the bolt. Put this in place. Reinsert the bolt. Add the nut. Easy. Easy. We're definitely getting this done in a day. So, yeah, not a problem at all. Alright, then I get another one of these M3 by 40s and thread it in here. Oh, with a washer. We'll see if, I don't know. It's too early for me to make a judgment of whether I like this or the Stinger more. We'll see. So far the assembly has been going pretty easily, despite how complex it seems. Okay, we got that. Boom. Okay, next up, check your work. That's the sign of a good manual. They make sure you stop and fix things before you get too far ahead of yourself. Yes, that looks good. And let's see this one. That looks good as well. Alright, next up. Whatever this part is, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one, because it's the only one with the little bolt thing there. By the way, is it too bright now? It almost seems like it's too bright. Maybe it's just what it looks like on my camera. Good soldering iron, yes. Premium stuff there. Is this the LDO Rev D kit? Yes, it is. This is the latest and greatest from LDO. So, yeah. Let's do this. Alright, so I need 2 M5 by 30 button head cap screws. We can do that. M5 by 30. What? Okay, so one there and one there. Got it. Next. Oh my, that is a lot of stuff. Lots of bearings and shims. I guess it's just the same 3 bearing stacks repeated. So just one of those, one of those. One of those. One of those. One of these. One of those. One of those. 2. One of those. Okay. And then this one gets a double stack, so another spacer. Another another bearing. Another bearing. Another spacer. Got it. Okay, and then we sandwich that with one of these. Just like that. And then we tighten these button head cap screws down. Wow, these thread in really easily. That was easy. Okay. Alright, next up we have a motor to install on this thing. So let's pull out the motor box. Here's our, someone was asking if it was Rev D. Right there it says Rev D. This is the motor box. So here's our X and Y motors. These are 0.9 degree steppers, so you'll get that little bit of extra precision. Seem to spin pretty nicely. Alright, got those 2 out. And then I need some pulleys. Okay, so I don't know exactly where those pulleys are yet, but here they are. Pulley time. And it comes with the little grub screws in a bag, so I think it even comes with 2 extras because these seem like they'd be pretty easy to lose. Maybe they don't come with extras, I don't know. Alright, here goes. Ta-da-da. So TNX, I think it's easy to configure. You just multiply the number of steps per millimeter by 2. Because yeah. Because normally, like, the typical motors are 1.8 degrees per step. So just times 2, pretty simple. I'm just going to preload these grub screws and all these pulleys. Here we go. So just to get you thinking about the science behind why 0.9 degree stepper motors can be better. A stepper motor generates its peak torque when it's out of phase, when the motor shaft isn't exactly where it would be at rest. So, you know, it needs a little bit of phase delay to produce the torque, as in the error between the angle assigned to the motor and where the motor actually is not 0. And it can be like, I think it's like 2 steps. If it's 2 steps behind, it's producing the maximum torque. So, you know, basically the number of steps becomes important in terms of like how, like when it's producing maximum torque, how far is the error? And if it's in the number of steps in terms of like the error, I know I'm doing a terrible job of explaining this, but basically less steps equals less error at high speeds. And yeah, because you can do micro stepping and get to be quite precise even with coarser resolution stepper motors. But there's like, you know, there's a lot of little things going on there. Okay, so let's get one of these attached. There's C. What does it go? Oh, I need a. There's like a guide to help me align these things. I'll see if I can find it. I don't think I have the alignment tool. It's not a big deal. I can just measure it with a pair of calipers. If I knew where my calipers were. Oh yeah, I know where they are. I totally know where they are. They're in this box over here. Okay, so we'll just measure the height. Alright, so that's 15.26. Looks like I need to move it up just a smidge. Alright, we're at 16. I need to move it up just a little bit more. $16.17. You know what? That's close enough. How close do I actually need to get this? $16.6. Alright, we'll adjust it a little bit in. Call it a day. Okay, there we go. Alright. Just give it one last little torque down because I don't think I'll be touching this ever again. It's a lifetime adjustment. Okay. And then that goes into this assembly facing this direction with the motor coming out the right side, like so. Looks good to me. And I guess I need to put some, check your work. Yeah, looks good. So now I put the M3 by 30 bolts in through the top to hold it all together. I can do that. M3 by 30 bolts. Let's go. I'm missing one size. I'm going to get my nice Allen wrenches for this because this is going to take a while. Alright. I got this thing a while back. I don't actually think it's that useful, but it's like a electric screwdriver. Might as well use it here because these bolts don't seem to require a lot of torque. Oh, and the battery's dead. Alright, well, I'll let that charge. In the meantime, we'll use an Allen key. Okay, so I'll read some chat while I'm putting these together. Yeah, I guess this Voron building thing makes it pretty easy to do this live streaming, since you've got a lot of downtime while you're just tightening bolts or checking on things. Okay, that's good. Time to do the opposite side. So far, what I like about this kit is it's remarkably complex, but it's not that difficult to understand. So it does feel kind of satisfying to put together for that reason. So let's get our next one. This piece. Put the two button head cap screws in. Flip it around. Put the little spacers on. Put the little bearings on. Put the other little bearings on. Put some more spacers on. Another bearing, and a spacer. Ta-da! Okay, and that's it. And we put the next piece on. Mr. Beast was, if Mr. Beast was into 3D printing, I assembled 10 2.4 in 7 days. Yeah, it's technically possible. I bet if you did them all like sequentially, or like did all the same steps at the same time, you might be able to do it. Okay, a Trident wouldn't be an easier build than a 2.4, would it? People told me that the Trident was easier to build and just like a little more solid in general, so I went with the Trident. I think the best stepper motors right now are the Devil Design Kraken stepper motors. Absolutely insane. I have some stepper motors that I would consider to be pretty insane. Let's see, I think they're in the box here. I have so much 3D printer components. Okay, I can't find it. Might be up here. Oh yeah, there it is. This stepper motor is what I'm going to install on my my Polar printer. This is the A30P NEMA 23 stepper motor. It's servo controlled. It's got crazy resolution and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, if I were going for like the most expensive stepper motor right now, I'd probably get the NEMA 17 versions of these. Like if that's all I wanted. I saw someone running them at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival, and the printer was insanely fast and quiet and very, seemed very good. So those seem pretty nice to me. I don't know what the Devil Design Kraken stepper motors are. I'll have to look those up. But if they're not servo controlled, they're probably not going to be as high performing as something like that A30P motor that has servo control. Okay, so anyways, where were we? Let's put these together. We got this step done. Next up, we gotta put another stepper motor in there. Okay. All right. So this one needs a 6.5 millimeter spacing. All right. These are pretty much in the right spot. And then we'll attach this to this freshly assembled something or other right here. Oh, holy. I forgot a spacer there. Good thing I caught it, but yeah. Let me fix that. See, now when I rethreaded that in, it's kind of stripped, which is what I don't like about running threads directly in the plastic unless you have like a lot of thread depth, like a lot of thread engagement. So this is stripped, but I think it should be fine. What do you think? You think I need to fix this? That's 100% stripped. I don't think it'll be an issue because this whole thing is clamped together by these additional M3 screws. So the odds of it actually working itself loose and coming out are very low. We're just going to go with it. I think it's fine. It'll be fine. Just as like a general design rule for when I make parts that have threads that are 3D printed, I'll try to, in terms of like how deep the threads need to engage into the 3D printed parts, I'll usually have it engaged at least 10 threads, or I aim for 10 threads, because that's going to make sure that that'll make sure that you've got plenty of meat to bite into with those threads, versus with how thin this part was down here, you're only getting about 5 threads of engagement with this M5 thread as it goes into this little piece at the bottom. So when I unthreaded it and then rethreaded it in, it cross-threaded a little bit and then just wiped out all the threads that were formed in there. Not ideal, but I think it'll be enough to do the job that it needs to do. And if it isn't, then I'll have to rebuild it, and I'll probably, I don't know, replace it with CNC parts or something. Yeah, it's very stripped out. Oh well. Okay, so motor's coming out on the side there. I think we're all good. Yep. I aligned it according to like the spacing that I needed, measured with calipers, but I think what's more important is to get this aligned relative to the belt. I already loosened it so you can't see what the original position is, but you can see this pulley can drift up and down a little bit. I want to get that lined up with the other belts in the system and then tighten down. There we go. And I'll do the same thing on the other one. Here you can see it just a little bit. Now that toothed pulley is lined up with respect to the plain pulley. I'll do the same on this one. Yeah, this one doesn't seem perfectly lined up. It's about 0.5 millimeter too high, which I'll just fix now. Okay, here's our motor mounts, all done. Next step. I guess we get these attached. Ah. Yeah, I already have those T-nuts in there. And it looks like on the front I attach these. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so we attach our little tensioner things up here. So it looks like these kind of clip in here. Let's see, like this. I just have to get the nuts that are already in there that I inserted earlier lined up. Alright, that snapped in place. And then I'll do the same on the other side. I noticed while really manipulating this, I actually moved the extrusion a little bit. And this is tightened down all the way. There's no additional brackets to install here. It's just those blind joints aren't really strong enough to resist me twisting this extrusion. So that's one thing that's not great about these blind joints. They're not as strong as, like, let's say I had a bracket here. Like, I can readily twist this back and forth even with this tightened down. Like, I'll try torquing this down a little more. But yeah, that's as tight as those bolts are really going to want to go. Alright. Okay, so let's get some of these shorter button head cap screws, M5s. this Allen key's like stuck in here. I have to use one of these regular Allen wrenches and turn it half a turn at a time. Okay, there we go. You should probably do something about that. I'm thinking AC servos in a 3D printer, but Klipper doesn't natively support closed loop, so I'm hesitant on doing it. The way that these... Where did I put them? That the A3DP motor that I had, it has onboard closed loop control. That's just like on the stepper, which is how a lot of closed loop motors work. And then you just feed it step direction values. There might be some other ways to set it up, but in general, that's what you end up doing with all these servo-controlled things, at least in our 3D printer systems. Just send it step direction, and then let the stepper controller figure the rest out. Alright, here we go. Hello, Gurgly from Hungary. Is it still worth building a Voron 2.4? It just depends on what you want out of a printer. If you just want something that works and you don't have to spend hours putting it together, then I would argue that it rarely will make sense to build a Voron. But if you want something to build and, I don't know, there's reasons why you might want one. I'm struggling to come up with them right now as I'm stuck in this assembly cycle. But, yeah, we'll take a look at that later. Okay, next step. I still have to put this last bar across the top here. I think it's this one right here. Yeah. Let's get that installed. This assembly right here doesn't show off Ulrich's, the guy who printed these. It's not his finest work in here, but I think it should be fine for what we're doing. I imagine, yeah, these parts probably curled off of the print bed a little bit, so they peeled up. But I think for this part, it's not going to be an issue. That wasn't a good noise. Part of that print just cracked. Is this how I'm supposed to be installing these? Do I just kind of like push them on there and have them slip over the top? Because that definitely just cracked. I don't think this would have cracked on a normal part, but because the little, like, it's basically like a little clip, and you push it over the extrusion and it like snaps onto it. Like it opens up a little bit and then it clips on. Those parts, both of them, you could see the kind of poor print quality. I think both of them had like curled off the print bed and were like lifted up a little bit. And then the top one was also curled, so they were kind of too tight. And when I pushed it on, it cracked. So that's not great, but I think it'll be fine for now. Worst case, I can disassemble and replace that part later if it's causing an issue. Okay, so next up, we get this piece installed. I have some printed extrusions from PTG and PCD I would take. Hello? 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 Is anybody with me? That was weird. Oh man, now there's like a weird spot on my screen. My graphics are freaking out. So my something really weird's going on with my computer. As you may have guessed. I'll just show you on the screen. Okay. There's like this little glitch on the screen here now. I hope this isn't like a broken display or something. If I restarted the computer, it'd probably fix it. Yeah, so for some reason, live streaming absolutely destroys my battery life on this MacBook. So Yeah, the battery died because something came unplugged when I was messing around with stuff down there. Anyways, let's get back to the live stream. This is the most important thing going on in the world right now, and we must continue our work. What was the last thing I said before the... Yeah, what was the last thing I said before the live stream cut out? Because right before it shut off, I was like, oh crap, my battery's low. Your question. What was your question? I have oh yeah. All right. Well, I gotta catch up with this build. I can't be rehashing old questions. We gotta go full steam ahead. I don't know what's up with these bolts, but I can't pull out the Allen key sideways, so it's basically forcing me to use this type of thing. So I have to turn this and then take it out, turn it. I need to get like a little stubby ratchet or something to do these. So, guys, do you think if I don't like the Voron, I'm not saying I don't like it, but like hypothetically, if I didn't like it, is that an opinion that's allowed to be voiced in this community? Hypothetically? Yes, if you don't like it, replace the gantry with the monolith. Okay. This Allen wrench that I'm using is just slightly too long to the point where it's really annoying to do everything. It's just, it's so much time to put together. And then I don't know how durable it's going to be when it's done, so I'm worried I'm going to break it. And then if I break it, then I have to spend 2 to 4 hours taking it apart and putting it back together. Oh no, I tightened the wrong bolt. I just stripped out some more stuff back there. Like, why isn't it using pins for those? Like the Soval thing uses pins instead of bolts to support the bearings. I just got confused and I tightened the wrong bolts, and then it stripped it. And the other one's stripped without me even trying that hard. Is that based on YouTube comment rules or some assumption based on what you think others will impose on you? I don't know. I mean, it should be using pins, but it wasn't designed that way, but it works, but isn't great. Okay, you can upgrade the pins. There are pin mods. Okay. Oh no. What in the world? Oof. Okay, so on this side you use one M5 and one M3, and on this side you use two M5s. So I have it a little messed up because on this side I have an M3 loaded in there that I need to get rid of. But how do I even access that to get rid of those bolts now? Like, I have to undo a bunch of stuff. Mm-hmm. I guess we'll just use one less bolt. That's what we're going to do. Or I'll put an M3 in there and it's just not going to be... Like, there's just not going to be a bolt there. It's not very useful to learn about pin mod while assembly. Yeah. I mean, there's already, like, I don't know why you would use M5s in this case. Like, I use it in my printer. I can show you. It's behind you. Anyways, I use pins in my printer, but it's like they're in aluminum parts. No, actually I use pins. I don't use M5s. Yeah, anyways, pins are better. And I don't quite get the argument of using 3D printed parts when you're already spending $1,000 on this thing. So, like, at those costs, you can afford to have things made out of metal. I don't quite get it. Like, you're just adding a weaker component in there that's going to be the first thing that breaks when you drop it. And all these corner joints, being blind corners, aren't very strong. Go slow to go fast. Okay. I'm not sure what that means, but I will go as fast as I can. Okay. See, what is this? Why is there a... What? Hall effect end stop? I don't have that. Anyways, I feel like the Voron project is trying to support too many configurations, which is the one reason why I said I liked, like, at least my initial impressions, is I like the Stinger more because there's basically one configuration, and if you want to do something else, then have fun figuring that out. But, like, less is more, you know? Just make one configuration that's really good, force everyone to do it, force them to buy a couple custom machined parts. Because they're having to buy all these, you know, these linear rails and everything anyways. All these specific fasteners, like you're already in a condition where you're having to put some effort into acquiring the parts. And there's enough Vorons sold that it would justify having machined parts. Like, it's not like you're going to have to write the CNC program and crank out 2 pieces. Like, you can make them in the thousands and sell them. I've been slowly migrating all my printers to full metal. I've learned that plastic making machine probably shouldn't be made out of plastic. Yeah. Plastics are easy to melt, like, and even just getting them up to temperature, it makes it easier for them to they get weaker as the temperature gets higher. So, like, ultimately you put 20 to 40 hours into building this thing, and if something breaks, like I just had one of those parts crack, or if something gets a little melted or something, you end up having to spend a lot of time repairing it. Whereas, like, in terms of the value of your time, it would make more sense to spend an extra $20 and have those parts made out of metal so that you'll never have to go back and fix it. That's just my philosophy of how I would design a machine. But we're here, we're doing the Voron thing, and you really have to learn about it and at least do it yourself before you have any right to complain or comment about it. So here goes. Okay, I need a couple of little quarter 20, or I need a couple little 90-degree angle brackets up there. Alright, I don't know where I put those. There's just a couple 90-degree angle brackets that go up here. I do not know where they are. What the heck is this? Oh, this is the X-axis gantry. Okay. I don't know where they are. Yeah, Fistech are CNC'd now, or at least a cheap option. The idea of is COTS for Voron stuff, so that why no custom metal parts, so you can run to McMaster and get 90% of the parts. Maybe not 90%, but still. Does anyone do that, though? Can you name someone who's actually done that? Like they just ordered all the parts off McMaster and ended up with 4,000 extra fasteners because you have a minimum order quantity of 100 M3 washers and you only needed 4, but you ended up getting 1,000. The thing is that kits exist now. Okay, so these extrusions are somewhere. Okay. Well, I need to find these parts, and I don't know where they are. I might be able to just skip them because they're not really going to be carrying load. I'm sure LDO included them in the kit. I'm just a little disorganized here, so I probably lost them. Okay. Wait, are these printed parts? Or are they metal parts? They look like printed parts, so maybe they're in this box. Yeah, there we go. There's one. Here's 2. And the original builder of my 2.4 self-sourced it back in 2020. Now kits make more sense unless you're doing something really unusual. Yeah. Alright. I think really what you're paying for with a Voron is an experience, not like the hardware being exceptionally good or the design being exceptionally fast or easy to use or build. Like, it's the experience of putting one of these together. It's like, why would you buy a Lego Star Wars toy when you could just buy a pre-built Star Wars toy or something? Oh no. Mike, what kind of printers do you have? Are they Vorons? If I wanted experience, I would do... Alright, that's not family friendly. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I wanted an experience, I'd go on a vacation or something. Take that $1,200, put it towards, I don't know, going somewhere. But we'll see how good this printer is when I'm done with it. I mean, I'm going to be very salty for this entire build stream because it's just, this is how I get when I'm building things. Oh no, I just over tightened it and heard something crack. Like, I'm used to torquing M5 hardware to a specific torque based on my experience with, like, putting things together. And if you're barely... oh, man. Like, if you're not clamping down very hard, you don't need to use M5s. So these M5s are, like, baiting me into torquing these down, when really an M3 would probably do the same job here. Okay, alright, so let's keep on going. We got those in place. Very good. Oh, I didn't square. I didn't square it, but it's actually quite square as is. Lucky me. Okay. Next step. A Cetus 1 and 2, an Anycubic Cobra, an Ender 3 clone, and SVO8. Ah, yeah, the SVO8. Hopefully that one keeps working on you. Working for you. It doesn't scream build quality from my experience with it, but it's a pretty cool printer for how much size you get. Okay, yep, that's in place. Yep, checked it that it was 90. Okay. Handle with care. Yeah, I got those all in place. Centered rail installation guide. Yeah, I would need something like that. I don't think I have a rail centering guide in this box. So we are going to just eyeball it. Oh man, there's a lot of variability there. I think what I'll do is, since the carriage is the exact same width as the extrusion, I'll just get the carriage lined up with the extrusion, and that should be good enough. Okay. But now it's time to... I don't think it's... I don't really think it's necessary to tighten these down yet, but maybe I'll get them a little tighter than they are right now. So what I'm going to do here is butt that up there. Okay, tighten that down. Tighten the rest of these down. SVO8 could be the next modder's dream, like the Ender 3. Yeah. I think the dream of modding is dead. Like, let's be real here. And I think that modding is always that, like, the bed slinger design is inherently better for modding. Rubber feet and a wood platform. Okay, that's pretty much lined up. I'm going to just torque everything down now. On this one, I gotta build an Annex K1 or K2 at some point. Those are sick printers, quite expensive. DOI there, beef. They seem pretty nice. They have insane accelerations, that's for sure. I have the FL Sun T1 in right now. I'm gonna make a review about it soon. But if you're looking for a printer that has like an insane high-speed printing, high acceleration stuff, like the T1 and S1 are the fastest machines on the market that don't require you to build it. So that's something to consider. Also worth considering is the fact that a lot of people had issues with the machine, so alright. Are deltas considered fast? Yeah, they're frighteningly fast. The T1 even, like the S1's even faster, but just the T1 is also insanely fast. It does a 10-minute benchy, and I was doing a filament changeover and I thought I could just stick my hand in there and feed it while the printer was running, and it was kind of scary. Like, the speed at which it moves makes you really scared about putting your hand in there. Okay, that's all done. Oh, crap. I got this one 90 degrees off. Let me rotate it. Probably what makes the most sense at this point is what you'd immediately throw a Raspberry Pi 4 in if you got one. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. They should have just done something a little more open source in terms of the hardware and user experience. What do you guys think of the Creality K1 series? As an alternative to something like this. K3 scares me. Yeah, that is quite scary when those things are moving. All right, time for the Z. All right. But I'll show you something. Like if I zoom in on this, and I tighten this down all the way. I even come back in with a Allen wrench and get that 90-degree angle super tight. Like that's as tight as I would want to thread aluminum into something like this. I can still, you know, I can just twist that loose. Oh, dang, that was right in the spot where you can't see it. Okay, let me try that again. Okay, so let's say we have this tightened down, this blind joint. And I tighten it down some more. Then let me tighten the opposite end up as well. And then I'll actually come in and just like get these actually all the way tight. Okay, so that's like as tight as you'd want to do this. And then I guess that's okay. But like if it gets bumped, oh, dang it. But if this gets bumped, I'm a little concerned that if you just drop it a little bit harder than it would like to be dropped, it will it'll come loose. Like I can twist this around by hand. It's not easy to do, but the fact that I can twist it around by hand means that it's like, you know, if I go to this Creality machine down here, for instance, let's look at this guy down here. If I try to twist this by hand, my hands will bleed before I get this to budge out of position. So, you know, everybody likes to make fun of Creality, but you could like, you know, it's very strong. Okay, I might have dented that a little bit with the last couple of hits there. No, I don't think I did, actually. Maybe I did. But this frame is better built than this frame. And this frame's more expensive. This whole printer's more expensive than that. Than this printer. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, it is a custom. It's a die-cast aluminum frame, but you know, these things are being manufactured in bulk, and you're just like choosing not to take advantage of that, which seems a little silly to me. Hold on, I need to fix this printer. I may have gone a little overboard in punching it, so let me just pull that back into shape. There we go. Yeah, it definitely went a little overboard. Oh, hey Derek. I've only broken one of your parts so far. Trident over P1S all day. Creality sending a new sensor for my K1C. What happened to your K1C? What sensor broke? Is it like one of the bed leveling ones? I have some mods in mind for my Ender 3, my K1. That attached to the extrusions. I'll show you it later. This is a project that's in the working right now. Yeah, but anyways, let's get back to the assembly. Enough complaining for now. Let's actually get some work done. So, generic cable chain, IGUS cable chain. Okay. I have the IGUS style cable chain. Okay, so it's time to get all these parts. I guess we're doing Z-axis now. Okay, so what are we looking for? Looks like this. One of these. Alright, so I got one of these. Two of those. Alright, I don't need this one, so thank you, Derek, for printing out both varieties for me. One of them has 2 holes, one of them has 3. I just need the 2-hole one. So I'll throw this one into the might not use bin. Okay, next, I guess I put the heat set inserts in, so let's do that. By the way, thanks everyone who sat through my my technical difficulties I had earlier. I would give you guys a bonus, but you're not getting paid in the first place, so I guess I'll give you 1,000% bonus, which should be pretty easy to finance that 0%. 0 times 1,000. I feel like you're way too hung up on the building aspect. Let's say you built your Voron already, but had to choose between that one and a P1S. Which one would you choose? This is a Rev D kit. By the way, Derek is the legend who printed out all the parts for me here. So I'm gonna be sending some PolyMaker Filament his way when I sit down and get the order placed. What PolyMaker Filament should I get for Derek, everyone? Should I just restock his black ABS filament, or is there something crazy that he should try? Alright, so that's all done. Let's get these, this one. Oh yeah, heat set inserts. Okay, I have a hot soldering iron down here. I should probably use that. One of each, every type of filament. Okay, so I got those heat set inserts in. Time for stepper motor mounts. Okay, so this I think is the stepper motor mount for the back. Goes back here. pink PACF. Edward, I've used a Stratasys 3D printer. I would say the modern enclosed Core XY machines, like the Creality K1, maybe the Vorons, they're at the level of quality that the Stratasys printers from 12 years ago were. So like in terms of print quality, the hobby market is maybe 12 years behind Stratasys. I'm not sure how much better the products have gotten since I haven't used them for a while, but I would imagine that they still produce really high quality prints, probably even higher now. My favorite printer, might surprise you, my favorite printer is the Creality K1C. Yep. Best printer in the universe right now. So that's my hot take of the day. Let's get back to building the Voron. I would not buy a K2 personally. It's a first generation product, and not only that, it's a first generation Creality product, which carries some extra risk that I would not be willing to take with my $1,000 personally. Do you think that's too harsh? Okay, M5. Okay. Couple more screws to put in there. I would not get a K2. Like, I'm gonna go on the record right now saying I do not recommend buying a K2 on pre-order. Okay? You know, I'm the biggest Creality shill, and I'm telling you not to do it. Alright? Just wait and see how those things pan out, because it's a brand new design. Like, they're not reusing many of the K1 parts. Versus the K1C, they started with the K1 and then they branched it off into the K1C and the K1 SE. Those are, you know, they're reliable because that's the second generation of that hardware. The K2 is like completely different. I looked inside of it and checked it out, and it's like, wow, that's a lot of changes. It's a lot of changes, Creality. You sure about that? So, I would be pleasantly surprised if the K2s work well out of the box. Just right now, I wouldn't be counting on it. The K1C is very good. I've been using it. Be careful with the Z stepper motors. Plates not be inverted. The Voron logo must be facing out. I don't know what that means. Oh, these ones? Like at the front of the printer? The Voron logos should be at the front, I'm guessing. Like when you open the door, the Voron logo is right there. Like using this one as an example, like the logos would be right there and there, in the front of the door, facing the front of the printer. Okay, yeah, I think I got it here. Oops. It looks like there's an extra. Huh. Wait. Which one do I use here? Between these two? This one looks like it's a little bit bigger and it has like a nice chamfer on the front. This one looks kind of more plain and smaller. I'm assuming the nicer looking one is what I want to use. Oh crap. Then there's this. This one looks nicer as well. Huh. No, they're definitely different. Let me think about this. Like, these ones have like an extra skirt around the front. And I'm guessing that this is the originals. I'm guessing these are the originals. And then these ones that are more trimmed down are the inverted electronics kit version. Because if you have this lip on here, then you can't lift the panel out. Like this rests and spreads the load on top of the panel. Versus these ones are just like cut out so that you can lift the panels clean out of the printer. So I'm going to assume these are the not used ones. I'm going to set those aside as well. Okay, so inverted electronics, Z stuff. Here we go. Still happy with the K1C? Yeah, I like the K1C. I've been cranking out parts. Like all of my LH Stinger parts are being printed on there. I've printed out a giant box of ABS parts and have not had any issues with it yet. Like, just got it out of the box and started printing in 20 minutes. And I actually think it's a lot nicer than the P1S at a lower price point. And like it's more similar to the K1C actually. The X1C in terms of the user interface, having the touch screen and everything. It's like real nice. Anyways, I'll do a video about it at some point and how much I like that that specific printer. Okay, let's do this. Let's get these side panels put on. I have a Creality Space Pi, smaller 1K spool model. According to tests, it can even heat up to 65°C, unlike many other dryers, and it seems like it has a wider cousin out there. Yeah, so they have a 2 spool wide version of that. I didn't really like the, is it called the Space Pi? That's a weird name. But I didn't really like that heater because when you open it up, it's kind of flimsy feeling, the way the lid attaches. Like they could definitely do a better job with that. It's called Space Pie, and also the lid has a flimsy feeling. Yeah, I agree. But it doesn't seem like it's going to break unless you're really silly with it. Yeah, but I think all products should be designed such that you can be silly with it. Because stuff happens, like you drop it or you accidentally open it too wide and then the spool falls out or something. Like, products need to be designed to handle that kind of stuff, because that stuff happens in real life. And you don't want to be out a, you know, I don't know how much they cost, but let's say it costs $60. You don't want to be out $60 just because they didn't reinforce a joint as much as they should have. Okay, there we go. We got all those installed. Rail safety. Don't let the rail fall off. Well, I think I kind of figured that one out. Okay, M3 nuts. Put the MGN9 rail on there. And that one has a little end stop at the top that I should add on. Okay, we'll see if that's in our box of parts, and it looks like it is. Okay. I'm just gonna flip this around so you gotta see what's going on here. I know you're a curious bunch. Sometimes autofocus doesn't want to focus on the stuff in the background. There we go. Good laugh or bad laugh? I nearly bought an unoriginal Prusa dry box kit and heater parts, but they're about 4 centimeters too small. Huh. Alright, so yeah, the funny thing about printers is that bigger than 400 millimeters, they don't fit through standard doorways. Depends on how you design it. I could design something with a 600 millimeter bed that fits through a doorway. Just depends on how creative you are. Alright, so let's do this whatever step. This one here. I think we're good with this one. Seems already pretty well centered. Gross. And there's a fair amount of packing grease on this one. There we go. It's a little better. Okay, time to torque everything down. And shoot. M3 hammerhead nut. Let's go, M3 hammerhead nut. Where are you? And a M3 by 8. Alright, I can take the rubber stoppers out of these now because we got our designed-in, built-in stoppers in place. Very good. Next step. Got those. Yeah. Alright, now I do these front ones. Alright, that's all good. All right. It's getting a little heated in the comments section, which I appreciate you guys for boosting that chat rate. It's an important metric for live streams. A little scared of these kits, and I saw they have a bunch of Voron parts available at the local Micro Center. I would buy one from a retail store if there was the complete kit. I don't know, man. The thing is, you can get like a P1S and a K1C for the price of a Voron kit. So you don't even have to choose a side in the brand wars. You can just buy everything with the cost of one of these. What's the plan here? To get it pushing plastic? Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to be able to attach the side panels yet because I just don't think I have the parts for that. I don't know. Derek would know if he provided those, but I don't think he did. And I didn't ask for them. So I think my goal is to just get it to a point where it's like it could print in theory. I mean, people used to say the Ender 3 was the printer to get if you want to tinker, but now, like with the modern Ender 3s, you don't really have to do much tinkering with them. So now, is the Voron the new Ender 3? But this is like more work than an Ender 3 ever was to put one of these together. So is the Voron more Ender 3 than the Ender 3? Okay. Voron is a good self-education project if you have the patience. Flame War, Voron is the new Ender 3. I mean, it kind of is, though. Without even exaggerating that much. Alright. This is coming along nicely. The main thing Voron teaches you is patience. That's true. That's an important thing to learn. Okay. And have I tightened all these? No. No, I did not. Yes, I am a bolt tightening mechanic. This is an ideal use of my time. Is to tighten a lot of bolts. Okay, next up, time for these things. And I guess there's some little covers that go with them, so you have to find the corresponding pieces. Looks like this is one of them. It's the same shape. Here's another one, so that's those two. And I need M3 by 6 button head cap screws, and there's not a whole lot of those. Are they M3 or M4? M3 by 6 button head cap screws. 3 by 6. Here we go. Ta-da! Okay, and an M5 nuts. We got those. Oh, these are flat head cap screws. No. M3 by 6 button head cap screws. Alright, let's go. Bolt soup. Alright. Need 6 of these little guys. So it says to drop a nut in here, drop a nut in here, and then capture that nut using this little plate. Oh shoot. What the? How did that fall out? Huh? See, I thought this plate would capture it'd be an opportunity to capture that bolt inside of here, or the nut, but there's just a hole that, you know. And that's a little easy design improvement they could do, is just cover this up a little bit so that when you attach this plate to this piece, it captures that nut. Okay. What in the world? There we go. I was here 1 hour ago, didn't see much progress. Are you sure you're going to finish it in one sit? Well, I'm still sitting, so we'll see how it goes. I may have cheated a little bit and pretended my battery died on my laptop, and then I ran off and like ate some snacks and stuff and got some stuff to drink. But other than that, I'm in it for the long haul. Okay, there we go. Ta-da! Alright, now I need to put the M3 lock nuts and put the lead nuts something. So let's get those pieces out. So now I assume we need to start looking at this stuff. And I'm just gonna go ahead and let's get these installed. They're all the same length, so I don't have to worry about which one goes where. And I'm gonna set them up like this. I'm just gonna pick it up. Oop. I'm gonna pick it up and set it down. Just like that. Okay. Okay, so there's our stepper motors in position. I like this order of assembly. I don't know why they don't specify to do it like this, but it seems a lot nicer to me. Maybe I'll see the wisdom in their ways at some point. I think anyone that's used a 3D printer wants a 3D printer that prints metal parts. In response to Neil Lund's question, has anyone wanted to build a printer that makes metal parts? Yeah, just metal parts are cool. I have some 3D printed metal parts around here, and I want to make a couple videos on some really cool ones that I've collected from trade shows and stuff. But in due time, we gotta make the videos and produce them and film them and edit them and stuff. It's a lot of work. I'm going on holiday tomorrow, and I need to finish it in 6 hours when my flight is scheduled. Is that feasible? You need me to finish it in 6 hours? I don't think that's feasible. No. But I'll try. I'll give it a shot. Where are you going on holiday? That's the more interesting question. Okay, so I think it goes on like this. Oh. Oh, what? How does this go on here? Like this? Maybe like this. This makes sense. Oh, no. I got it. It goes on like... I'm gonna figure it out. Huh? Left Z joint. Okay, so this is the left one. Get out of here. Little toolbar. Left Z joint is this one. This is the left Z joint. I need the M3 by 12s and M3 lock nuts. Okay. Did I get... I think... No. None of that's out yet. I need to get it out of the kit. M3 by 12. Lock nuts. Alright, here's the M3 by 12s. Personally, I'd want a big industrial milling machine for metal parts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, metal parts is never convenient. I actually used a metal 3D printing service you interviewed ages ago. They were cheap but great quality-wise. Which service are we talking about? I talked to In3D Tech. They're pretty cool. Very knowledgeable owner of the company, and seems to take ownership over like the quality of the parts, which is cool. And they do all their stuff in-house. There's also Xometry. They're based in the US. They're a little more expensive. And JLC 3DP also does some metal 3D printing that I haven't really taken advantage of. Although I could probably get some parts made from them for free. Okay, so these nuts don't look the same as what I see on the picture here, which is confusing me. I'm confused now. Great. I think it goes like this, if I had to guess. This looks like it fits. Yeah, that is very tidy down here. Okay, so M3x12 and M3 lock nut. So I will need 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 of these. JLC also sells Voron frame kits. Ah, interesting. Yeah, JLC is doing all sorts of weird stuff. Everything I've gotten from JLC has been acceptable or good quality. I actually tracked for my motherboards how many of them were defective because I test every single one of them. My first batch had like about a 1% failure rate, like they didn't pass my testing. And then after that, I've had a couple issues with parts coming loose, but it's like below 1% for all the parts that I've had made from them. And the machine parts have been pretty good too. Okay, so let's get this going. Okay, enough messing around. It's time to get serious about this build. Okay. I'm not really enjoying the build order of this thing. Like, I feel like I could do this a lot faster if I just plugged in all these fasteners where I felt like it made sense to plug them in. I'm more likely to make mistakes this way, but honestly, I think I'll be fine. So I'm just going to start assembling things as quickly as possible, because looking at the page over and over again and seeing how to install every single bolt is a little over-instructing for me. Interesting. Alright, well, immediately, as soon as I said I'm too smart to follow instructions, I put this part on upside down. Although, I'm smart enough to know that I don't need instructions to tell me that I put it on upside down. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel like it should be this way. Oh, this uses shorter bolts too than the other ones. Are you kidding me? Why? Why? Why, Voron? M3 by 8? Sure, why not? M3 by 8. Okay, joining in late, but be extra mindful of getting the height and squareness of the side gantry arms perfect. If it isn't, even 3-point bed tramming, the back corners will be up and down if unaligned. That sounds like a problem for future me, so if it was that big of an issue, I feel like I would have, yeah. I think it's pretty well aligned. I used one of the extrusions as a spacer so that they should be all the same height. We'll see how that works out though. No, we lost the bolt. It's gone to the under the table area. All right, Newland, thanks for joining. Let's get serious about this build. Yes, we're getting very serious. Is anyone out there? Hello, hello, hello. I know we got some people in the chat. Okay, looks good. Put that one on. There we go. Okay, Boogie Down's still here. Good to see. Coming in clear. Can you move the schematic to the top right? Yeah, that would probably make a little more sense. I will try to do that. I'll just have to crop somehow. See, this is my problem. I need to crop it somehow. Unless I do this. I'm not an advanced streamer. I bet, yeah, there's a crop option in here, I'm sure of it. There's a better way to do this. That requires much less thinking. Here we go. We're going to flip it. We're gonna flip. There we go. Oh, wrong one. Hold on, hold on. Okay, flip vertical. Then we need to do flip horizontal. There we go. Now I'm over here. I'm building the printer over here. Now I have my watch on my right hand, which is all wrong. Okay. Here goes. Control Alt or Control to crop. Control Alt and then delete. Is that what I do? Yes, yeah. My beard will continue growing as this build goes on. Alright, so I need a little something to be able to tighten these nylock nuts down. We can do it. Okay. There we go. How tight am I supposed to make these? I assume I need to make them somewhat tight, but not super tight. The most generic of all recommendations. You just gotta get them till they're just right. You can tell by hand. Alright, last one back there. Okay. That's more like it. Okay, that's all good. We got that step done and out of the way with. Nothing's tightened down yet, but I think I'll do that later when everything's ready to be aligned. You know, the build is close to the end when your beard grows as long as Steve builds. Yeah, that would definitely be a giveaway. Should have bought a Soval. No one liked my joke? Yeah, Sovals would be much faster to build. Australian streamer. Oh, upside down. Yes, very good. Okay. Alright, next up. Oh, instruction manual. What shall I do next? Okay, so yeah, front motor is facing backwards. And I put the M3x12 socket head cap screws in. Yep, okay, let's do it. One, two, three, four. All right. Okay, let's see if our electric screwdriver is done charging now. Ah, yes. This will make my life so much easier. Huh. Ah, yes. We truly are living in the future. Ah, such ease and convenience. I no longer have to toil my fingers. Ha ha ha. Wow. And the thing is these plastic parts can't be torqued down upon that much. So this kind of rather weak electric screwdriver is a good pairing for tightening down these screws that go into plastic. So this is very satisfying. Wow. Alright, we're definitely getting back on track now, so let's do it. Okay, so let's see. Next up in the instructions. Alright, now I need these little feetsies that go on the bottom. Let's make it happen. Woohoo! All right, so time for the feet. One, two, three. I assume there's a fourth foot somewhere. Right? There's four, right? I don't know where the last one is. I might be getting trolled right now, because there's definitely room for 4 feet on this design, and I have 3 foot things. Oh no. Come on. Alright, I think I'm getting trolled by Mr Cerillo. He did not give me 4 feet. Oh no. Is the 4th foot like something different? Am I getting something wrong here? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Ah, there it is. It's back here. Okay, just hidden on my messy desk. Okay, so let's get this going. Boop. Now, for some reason, they use a combination of M3 and M5 screws. And I need to figure out which one goes where. So, I think that's what I want. That's good. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, and then I put the screws in. I'm going to need M5 by 10 and M3 by 8. Are you at the point where you can just look at screws and tell what size they are? Because I am. I have that superpower. I need those 5 by 10s. I think I printed all of them. Let me. Oh yeah, no, you did it. Yeah, I'm sure you did a good job, Derek. I was mostly kidding. 90% of the time something gets lost, it's my fault, so I generally don't blame people for that. Here we go. No. My automatic screwdriver won't reach that far, so I have to use my my inferior Allen wrench technology. What in the world? I have to get this one. Ah, no. I have to come in at an angle on this one. Hopefully it's shallow enough. And I can just go like this. Seems like this is gonna work. It would have been a great prank, yes. Strategically miss a couple of the prints for maximum devastation. Or, like, print them out wrong. That could work too. Or mirror them. The MCU I'm using is provided by LDO. It's their own board. I think it's called the Leviathan. LDO Leviathan main board. It's got everything you need all in one little board. And it comes with a Raspberry Pi that straps onto the side like that. It's pretty nice. I think personally, if you want like an open source printer, it might make more sense to just buy a K1 and throw a Leviathan type board in there, because then you get the open source control over everything. You get the high voltage steppers on X and Y if you want that, and you can program in all sorts of stuff and get it running non-Creality Klipper. Even though you can do that on the normal Ender, like the normal K1s, you can just flash it to a non-Creality Klipper if you want. I think Kraken is cooler, but both work. Yeah, the Kraken's pretty cool. I have a couple of those. I could throw it on here, but I will use what LDO provided with the kit, because part of it is just seeing what the LDO kit is like. And, you know, there's really no point in switching from that to the Kraken. Like, it's the same thing. The Kraken technically has a couple more stepper drivers, I think. One, two, three, four, five. I don't know. I think it has one. No, it has the same number of stepper drivers. No, it has one more stepper driver, and it also has two more high voltage, high power, high current stepper drivers. So, yeah. Trident with metal monolith gantry is fun. 80k accelerations. That's pretty sweet. Okay, maybe I will have to try that out if I decide to redo this. But let's finish the build as is before we get too rowdy in here. What next? What next? Let's ask the instructions. Oh, great instructions. What shall I do next? Yes, there's these little wedge-shaped pieces I'll get out of the box. Not sure what the purpose of these is. Does anyone know what these are for? I'm having trouble figuring it out. I'm just going to install them. Are we done yet? No, Additive Atom. We're not done yet. We're not even close. M3 by 6 button head cap screws. What is the purpose of these little extra bits on here? Is it to just look cool? Because I don't like adding parts that are just decorational. Especially if it's adding extra assembly time. What the heck? They're not symmetric either. So I feel like I'm putting these in the wrong spots. Why? Oh no, what if I put the... I'm pretty sure I had to put the feet in on the right spots. Just due to the way that the bolts were set up, they have to be, the corners are in the right spot. But it looks like these little pointless little add-on pieces are sided. Oh, What am I doing? I have this advanced alien technology to help me out with this kind of stuff. This will make my life easy again. Now I'm working with the efficiency of a Chinese sweatshop. Yes. We'll have this thing finished in no time. Soon we'll be out producing Creality and Bambu Lab combined. Let's avoid SRIs, right? I'm not sure what that means. Okay, it's for skirt alignment. Wow. So I guess my Voron is wearing a skirt. Okay. One more screw and I'm done here. How are you streaming for 4 hours without a Kinder Egg? Oh man, I need to go get that. What if I finish this printer on stream, I'll go get the Kinder Egg and we'll open it. I still have the Kinder Egg. It's just chilling. I still don't know what's inside of it. Okay, so next step. I put the little rubber feet. Okay, this hides the feet a little bit, but why weren't these just built into the same print as the previous part? It seems like they could have all been printed in the same time. Okay. M5 by 16 bolt head, cap screw, and M5 nut. You got it. M5 nut. M5 by 16. See, this would be a location where I would be okay with using threads directly into 3D printed plastic, because you can just make the bolts like twice as long here, and then have that just thread deep into the plastic, and that would be very strong. Maybe even use a larger sized bolt here. Like for this kind of stuff, threading in the plastic makes total sense. Okay, what the heck is this? serious? What the heck is this? Okay. I'll allow it. This is fine. When am I going to put tube on this? I probably won't, because this kit comes with the Revo High Flow, and that seems pretty well suited for this machine. And it's expensive, and I like it. So unless I have a problem with the Revo High Flow, I'll probably just leave it on this machine. Ah, repeated strain injury, yes. I don't think you have to worry about that. At least for me. I do this kind of stuff a lot, but not enough where I'd be too worried about it. Okay, so we got all of our little rubber feets on here now, so when I flip it back right side around, it's all going to be good. Alright, next step. Let's see what's next. That is the next step, to see what's next. Yes, yes. Mind the part orientation. Well, it's a little late for that. It is what it is now, so if it's not right, I don't care. But I think I got it right, so we're all good. Okay, let's see. Next up is the X carriage. X carriage right here. This is half assembled. Let's put it the rest of the way together. Okay, so left XY joint. Okay. This is where it gets tricky, everyone. Okay, I'm pretty sure I need this. And this. And this. So these pieces are going the left and the right. And then we got the carriage. Which, let me just find it. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. This looks like a carriage thing. Okay, X carriage. It doesn't really look like anything I've been messing around with here. I don't know where it is. Okay, well, we'll figure that out later. Right now, let's just get the sides attached to this X carriage. So for that, we'll zoom in on this little area. This is where the action's happening, right here. Duh, right there. Okay. 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 It's two separate pieces. They get kind of glued together. Well, that might make a little more sense. How do I find those pieces? What are their... What are their defining characteristics? How do I know when I'm looking at them? Is this... No. I might not have those, but I think we can still do a lot of this without that piece. Kinder Chocolate is really good. The carriages will be in the bag with the stuff. Oh, okay, okay. Let's see. Yeah, there was a separate bag. Which I may have opened and dumped into the rest of the stuff. But let's figure that out later. I think I've got plenty to do here. So let me just get started with the left and right hand sides of this here thingy-mabob. It's wanting me to do all this stuff that I don't want to... Okay, let's see. This little Loch Ness monster looking thing. This is it. So that gets a couple. Whoa. Hey, this is a hinge. Check that out. Anyways, okay. Alright, let's fire this up. We'll get those brass inserts. Doop-a-dee-doop. Yeah, this is... I don't really feel the need for, like, there's a lot of these kits where you get a thing that helps you push the inserts in. And I don't really think it's all that necessary. I'm sure if I was doing a lot... Like, if I had an actual production line and I was making parts that needed to have the inserts put in, then maybe I'd want one of those machines, but if you're just doing a Voron, I don't think it really justifies it. Although an added bonus is that it's probably a little more difficult to hurt yourself on one of those. Like, I could imagine if my hand slipped and slid down the soldering iron, it could be a bad day. Alright, there we go. Okay, time to get started. M5 by 40. So I want this one with a little notch. M5 by 40. Put the hole through there. Okay. And I assume this is where the rest of my bearings and stuff go, so let's get it started. I've got a bag of bearings somewhere around here. Where did they go? I'll try to keep everything exciting happening on camera here. But first I must find my bag of bearings. What would I ever do without them? Where did they go? No, not the bearings. Okay. There's no way I could have used, oh, there they are. Hey, why didn't you guys tell me they were over there? Not cool. But maybe I don't use these bearings. No, I do. Okay. I'm just going to do the opposite side at the same time, because I've been through this multiple times where it's like, okay, you do this piece, then you do that piece, and then it's like, okay, I actually see the pattern here. I see what I need to do. Let me just get the thing started before it's time for me to do it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get this wrong, I know it, so actually forget it. Okay, so bearing, shim. Next, drop 3 M5s. M5 nuts. Nuts. I'm just going to dump the nuts into this little tray because they come up every now and then and you only need 1 or 2, but it's comes up often enough that they should be in their own little tray. There we go. I can even make little arts out of them. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, 3 of these. Alright. Does this go with this one? No. Goes with this one. Yes. And I need to drop some nuts in there. It's on the back side. Okay, this is set like this. We go like this. Oh no, I did something wrong. It's supposed to be like this. Okay. Get some of these. Is this on camera? Might? Am I too far off to the side? Here we go. Let's get in the middle a little bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Doop, doop, doop. There we go. Ah, yes, the simple life. Okay. And then... what the heck? 2 more bolts that go through. We're using a lot of these M5x40s. I'll probably end up using the rest of them in this part of the build, so I'll just dump all these out. Wow, they really beefed this part of it up. This is like the most heavy-duty construction in the whole build. Like, we're actually really throwing a lot of hardware at this. This part is very important to be chunky, apparently. Ta-da! Okay. I think we're gonna have a couple of these idlers with another M5. We're just using all the M5s right now. And I'm surprised this doesn't have any shims or spacers. What in the world? How is this? Oh wow, there's okay. Sure. I don't know if this will work. What? What in the hell? There's no way this works. No way. Huh? This doesn't work. What? Am I making a horrible mistake right now? This doesn't seem to make sense to me. What the heck? This doesn't rotate. Isn't this supposed to spin? Like, it spins now, but there's like, it doesn't seem like it should work very well. When all these bolts are tightened down, it causes this to get clamped. Now it doesn't want to spin. So I have to loosen all the bolts. Now it'll spin, but I swear there's enough friction there for it to really mess everything up. What the heck is this? There's no shims. Washer, pulley, washer? Huh? Where's the washer? Tell me. Tell me! You bastards. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. We'll bleep that out. Okay. And you know I didn't mean it. What do we do? The bolts need to be loose? This seems terrible. This is just extra friction that's gonna like melt something. What do we do? So I just loosen everything and let this thing rattle itself loose over time? Like, now it's pretty free. It's not great, but it moves. What in the world? Oh my gosh. Even just like putting a moderate amount of torque in there, it really binds up. The bearings and pulley need to spin. Oh my goodness. Well, this needs to get fixed. Somehow. I mean, I could just add an extra shim. Oh man, but that's gonna get messy. Alright, I am disgusted at this point. What do I do? Is the gear different on each side? I hardly see how that would matter. I mean, this is the same assembly that every Voron user puts together, so I have a hard time believing that there's a fundamental flaw in the design. So what are we getting wrong here? Ooh, that feels nasty with that washer in there. Ooh. What the heck? Ooh, no, listen to that. You don't want that. The bolt head should be flush with the printed part. Got it. Oh my goodness. Do I just add an extra washer in here? To give everything some extra space? What should I do? No shims required here. Okay. Well, I disagree. Because it spins like garbage. Do I have to file something down or what? Oof, that feels so bad. This can't be right. Okay, if I get it so that it's not tightened down at all, it's just kind of like acting like an axle there, it works pretty well. But I really don't like this. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Disgusting. Ugh. I'm just gonna have to not tighten these down all the way. Which seems like, oh man, no, I can't tighten it down all the way. Okay, that's fine. We'll go with it. That's weird. I don't like that at all, but we're gonna go with it. Okay, enough complaining. It'll work. Okay, let's move on. Alrighty. So now, next. Okie dokie. Okay. Stack up time. I am a little concerned by all these, the ways that they're using these bearings. Okay. Yes. Oh no. Yeah. It looks like I'm unscrewing everything. Oh crap, I just dropped all this stuff. No. Okay. Like, this is a very strange choice to have these, the way these bolts are being used. Like, I would never design something like this, for good reason. Because they're all like a Newton meter or less tightened, and if I actually torque these what they should be torqued, then the pulleys stop working. So everything in here is liable to come loose with any type of mishandling or vibrations or anything. And there's no thread locking or anything. Like, I would not be surprised if this started, you know, one of the bolts started coming loose. Is that an issue that people have with Vorons? Do they get loose bolts? Yeah, maybe that's something we can look into in the future, is replacing those parts with metal alternatives. Also, I need to replace these back pieces because I cracked one of them, but it's not bad enough to like be super worried about it. Like, I can definitely get some prints going with it, but it's something that needs to get addressed at some point. Okay, next up, let's see what the glorious instruction manual tells us to do next. Okay, yeah, got those already. I guess we start attaching these things to the edges. Oh, hold on. Why didn't it have me assemble this with the... Oh no, it's cracking another thing. Why doesn't it have me assemble this onto the aluminum extrusion? Like, why am I putting this together separately? Did I miss the fine print where it said not to tighten those screws until I get everything put on? Did I miss that? Well, if this isn't working because of print settings or something that, you know, the guy that printed these out for me did, that's not his fault. Like, the design should have enough tolerance built into it for the manufacturing process that they're using, which in this case is 3D printing. So, I don't know. This is all just kind of funky to me. So this one, I literally can't tighten this bolt down. The bolt is just basically just kind of screwed in without being tightened, which I never do on any type of assembly that I design. It spins nice though. It seems to be working a lot better now that it's all assembled onto the rail. So that's a good thing. It's just confuses me. Okay. Yeah, tightening that bolt down just locks that up. So you have to loosen up several things to get this to slide easily. Oof. Yeah, I'm having to leave most of this loose. Okay. All right. Let us continue. The bolt will be held by belt tension. Okay. Let me know how. There's a leave loose in red right there. Oh, leave loose? I don't leave bolts loose. That's baloney. If you wanted to leave it loose, don't use a bolt. Or if you're using a bolt, make sure you have some kind of thread locking or some way to prevent the bolt from rotating, like a lock nut or something. But you don't just put bolts in and leave them loose. I refuse to do that. Makes no sense. Leave loose. What? Okay. Well, I can loosen them when I'm aligning things. Okay, so I'll loosen these. Okay, loosened. You'll tighten them later after you've de-racked the gantry. Okay, sure. If you say so. Okay, so let's put this in place. M3x20s. Nope, M3x16s. There we go. My camera's flipped because it's opposite day. Okay, fine, I'll flip it back around. I just have to move everything on my desktop around. But I think for you guys, it's worth it. So let's fix this. I'll take this, move it over here. Take this, move it over here. Take this over there. Take this over here. Okay. And then we will unflip. There we go. Now, hold on. There we go. I'm really confused now. I think this is good. Okay. Alright, there we go. We're all better now. Okay. Well, now you can see all my shortcuts. Hold on. Let me get that. Nah. Someone's telling me there's a... Oh, there we go. I know how to crop now. New skill unlocked. Okay. Alright, let's get these going. Okay, so... Hold on. Before I start working like a peasant again, I need to make sure to use the superior tools we have at our disposal. I could have built like 20 K1s by now. Just for the record. Okay, so let's see what the instructions say. I need to put the ones, yeah, got it. Come on. Okay. That's pretty good, right? What the heck? I put the wrong bolt in here. What the heck? I grabbed a longer bolt from somewhere. Shame. Where did I even get that? I'm tempted to blame this on the kit. That's okay, I got it all on camera. You guys can review the forensic evidence and see where I got that bolt. Okay. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright. Yes, I have short shorts. No, I am tall, but these are especially short. These are running shorts. The weather's just so nice today. You gotta Gotta wear the shorts. Okay, so TH3 did this. I can picture Tim saying the S word every second like he did on a Creality printer. I think it was last year. What's wrong with Creality printers? Why has everyone got to hate on them? Need I remind you that they're open source? They're like the only of the big two Chinese companies that is open source. I will admit their marketing isn't as good. They definitely struggle with the marketing front. Sometimes I see the stuff on their website and I'm like, what is even going on here? Do you want people to buy things or just come here and get confused and leave? Okay, so... what? M16? Do I flip this right side up now? Hey, here we go. Let's go. Sweet. Wow. This is looking pretty good. So over here, I take these bolts out and replace them with longer ones. There we go. These bolts over here get replaced with longer ones. And I put the little Loch Ness device in its place. I'm going to complain again though. I generally don't like doubling up fasteners with multiple uses because it's just unnecessary. Like, why not? Like, why have a sandwich here when you could just have a 3D printed part that has this little Loch Nessy thing hanging off the side? I don't know. Something printability. Probably. Oh geez, I'm snapping all these parts. They're all gonna have little cracks in them. Okay. Next. Boom. Squaring the gantry. Okay, push it all the way to the back. Is that what I do? Make the gantry all the way to the back until it's A and B drive, then tighten all screws on the X-axis. Got it. Oh my gosh, I hate this. The problem with this little Loch Nessy part back here, here, let me change the angle a little bit. This thing back here is it's printed with the print layers like, and then when you tighten these screws down, this is going to snap before you get the clamping force that this lower part can handle, because this one is printed in the proper orientation to handle the clamping. This top piece, the Loch Nessy thing, is not. So that's why I don't like doing stack-ups of 3D printed parts. Oh wow, I managed to block it perfectly with the Okay, right here. So these two bolts going through are making a sandwich with this Loch Nessy part and the this piece down here. And you can't tighten it down to the clamping load that this bottom piece would be able to handle because this top piece will crack. So, you know, that's not ideal, but whatever. Okay. Let's move on to the next step. I don't care about printing supports. Support materials are quite good nowadays. Oh, Creality printers pale in comparison. Except the $600 printer to be equivalent or better. I'm gonna do I'm gonna touch on the K1C that I've been using. It's been quite good, so that'll be a future video. Initially, I didn't like the K1C because I thought the C stood for carbon. I loaded carbon in there, it got clogged, and then it didn't work because of the carbon filament breaking in the stupid system they have. So I was annoyed by that and took it out on the review. But really, if you just stay away from the carbon stuff and just use it like a normal printer, it's like extremely good and reliable, great print quality, high speed, super easy to use. So I'm gonna do another video touching on all those points because I feel like I done Creality dirty on that one. Okay, what are we doing now? Instructions. Tell me what to do. What are we doing? Voron belt path? Ooh, I gotta do the belt path now. Except I don't have the carriage. So I don't think I am gonna want to do the belt path because I don't have the carriage. Derek, did you send me the carriage? The X carriage plate? Because I don't see it. I might as well see what the belt path is like. I'm kind of curious about it. I don't see the two parts though. Alright. I don't think I have the parts. So I'll print those out, that's not a problem. But it's just something I won't have finished today. I'll print them out on my Creality K1C. Great printer. Let's do this. So, what are we doing? What are we doing next? I will skip this part because I don't have the X carriage. Yeah, so this is the X carriage. I don't see these parts anywhere. But that's okay. Derek, let me check it. I don't think I did because you were going to use some CNC. Yeah. Yeah, I think I told Derek not to do it, not to print those pieces. So that's why I don't have them. But that's okay. We'll continue the build without them. Plus it gives me an excuse to not actually finish this. Because believe it or not, it's been 5 hours and I'm still not done. So I'll do that tomorrow or something. Yeah, I guess I'll do it tomorrow. Let's get on to this. Alright, so I've pre-assembled a good portion of this bed. Looks like there's a couple little electronics dealy bobs I can attach here. So I will go ahead and do that now. Here's a little Wago holder. There's this little thing, which comes pre-assembled on the LDO kit. And what else do we have? I guess I need to install some electronics components into these pieces. So we'll find those. Okay, so I'm missing some Wago connectors for some reason. I could find 2 here. But I guess these kind of clip in here. Alright, the Wagos fit in here pretty nicely. And that's really nice actually, so these will just facilitate our electrical connections. And I can't find the last one, but that's okay because I have a whole collection of them. I just need to go get some. Wait, I just found some bonus parts. Holy cow, what? What are all these? There's a bunch of extra stuff in here. Okay, so I don't know what all this is. There's a lot of stuff in here though. Maybe Derek can explain. There's an extra bag. Okay. Huh. I'm not 100% sure if the LDO kit uses these or a different version of it. It would kind of make sense that it might be different. Okay, well, let's figure that out later when I'm doing wiring. I'm sure it'll become obvious at that point, and I can just attach that then. Let's get on to the actual kinematic mounts here. Okay. That looks like the bits I need. And then we need some bearings. Okay, let's get these bearings out. This is the step where we open up the nice little NSK bearing boxes. The beefy front idlers. SV parts, I printed an extra set in case you break them. Okay. I have done that. I've broken many parts. Okay, bearings ready. We'll just press them in. And then, okay, then I just put M3 by 6s in. And that retains the bearings. There they are, 3x6s. All right. Okay, the magical automatic screwdriver is not strong enough to drill these ones in, and that's fine. I'll do them by hand. All right, I'll get caught up with the chat while this is going. 5 hours down, 7 to go. You think I can get this done in 7 hours? 13 to go. That might be more realistic. If I just put off the extruder for tomorrow, I think I'll probably be able to get everything in a workable point. I can start putting the hot end and extruder together, actually. And then once it's time to install the carriage and route the belts and do the final wiring, I guess I can do that tomorrow. Unless you guys really want to see me do this until it's done. That would be quite a lot of extra work. I do have a printer around here that could print out some ABS parts. When are you assembling a VCore 4? I don't know. Should I be assembling a VCore 4? I should be. Okay. A 2 to 3 part stream. What's in it for me, Rob? Assembling this VCore 4 that you want. Rat rigs are nice. No, I don't think I'm going to mod the hell out of this when I'm done. I'm going to be very glad when it's done. And I might not even use it. That's how I'm feeling right now. I feel like my time is probably better spent just building my own 3D, designing and building my own 3D printers, I don't really need to have something designed for me because I know how to design things, if that makes sense. And usually I'm a lot happier with the stuff that I design for myself. This is like a, I don't know, this is like a halfway, it's like a compromise between designing and building your own printer and getting an out-of-the-box experience. But you get the worst of both worlds in a lot of ways. You also get the best of both worlds in some ways. It's like, it's as annoying as putting together your own design. Like, on one hand you have good documentation, but on the other hand, if you built your own printer, you know how it goes together and you don't need documentation. Alright. The best documentation is all in your head. The problem with rolling your design, and it happened to me, is that eventually you forget things, especially when the printer breaks. That could happen. I don't think it'd be that big of an issue for me personally. So what does prepping your house for winter look like? Is that buying a couple more 3D printers to help keep it warm? I know all the action's happening off camera right now. Let me get you. You can see what's going on. Okay. Alright, this looks pretty good. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, and then we get a M5 by 16s. So keep everything held down. I'm pretty sure there was also, yeah, some nuts down there that fell out, so I will get those. That's not the good view. You need to see what's going on up here. We got the bed going on. The bed. It's happening. Nice. Okay. So we got everything tightened up. It looks like the bed's a little crooked on here, but we'll straighten that out later. Okay. Cool. So, almost looks like a very nice filament spool dryer. The joys of owning a home. Is this multicolor like Prusa Plus? No. It is not. 3D printers is the new GPU mining for cheap heating, yes. I'm building a central... I'm in a building with a central AC, and they turn the heating on late, so the printers definitely help with heating. Yeah. Just supplementary heating. Nothing wrong with that. If you live in an apartment with free electricity, that could be pretty sweet. You should get some under-bed fans at some point. Help circulate heat for higher chamber temp. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So your Orca Slicer icon is jumping up and down. Did you reinstall? No, it's just Mac stuff. This is all Mac things happening. Okay, let's keep going. Next step, please. Loosen and tighten. I already did that. See, I have something called mechanical intuition, so I kind of know what you need to do to get everything to de-stress itself and get into the right location. Okay, so let's install this thingy-mabobber. I'm not sure what else to call it. What in the world is it? I don't even know where to find that part. There's just so much stuff at this point. I'm almost at the point where I'll start having less stuff. You know, like I'm cleaning it out to the point where everything's all good. It's a Z-end stop. Okay. I think it helps calibrate the difference between the nozzle tip and the sensorless homing or something. You can skip this one because you're going to use tap. I don't think I'm going to use tap because I didn't buy whatever parts you were telling me about, so I'll just build it out with the stock build. So, alright, let me think about this. I'm going to skip this step, and this is pretty self-explanatory. You just bolt it onto the side. So is that. We'll deal with that later. Alright, the afterburner. This is going to be annoying. Probably. I want to install some electronics. I feel like I need to get some of these PCBs installed into the machine. And I'm using the inverted electronics stuff. So it's going to be a little complicated, but I want to try it. So let's do it. Okay, so here's the bottom panel. Which direction does this go in? So like this? Like this, down here? I'm having trouble here. So how does this go in? I bet it'll tell me at some point in the instructions. That's the bottom panel. Okay. What does it rest on? Just the feet? Where does this cutout go? Or would you recommend even messing with it at this point? Maybe I should just leave it alone? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. what the... I am now very confused. Ah, okay. It's got some clips that hold it in place. Alright. So I don't need to worry about that right now. This one goes in like these. Whoa. Okay. This is the inverted electronics, so I can like go like this and look at the electronics. Okay. All right. So let's figure out how this inverted electronics thing goes. All right. I guess I'll put the skirt pieces on now. Okay. Let's see, this power switch goes in like this. On the right side, like so. I will get this. I'm just trying to squeeze this power thing in. Yeah, it goes back there. Just like that. What the heck? I have a feeling I put this together wrong. Are these feet on right? Can anyone tell? The skirts have panel clips on the bottom, the rest of the, okay. No, it looks right. They put this on the back like that. Okay. Gosh, this is like a zero clearance fit. Like it has to be perfectly lined up. And it'll go through. Oh man. Now I'm damaging things. I think Ulderico, you may have over extruded these pieces a little bit. Maybe just a little. But that's okay. We'll get it. We'll get it eventually. Okay, I'm just going to shave it down a little bit to get things to go together easier. There we go. Yeah, that fits nice. There. Okay. All right, so let's get that plugged in. Okay, so where are the? I guess I just use the hammer nuts for all this stuff. And these machine screws. There we go. Do, do. I always tighten things until I hear a crack. Okay. Okay, so that's my first panel put on the bottom. Obviously, took a little longer because I was figuring out what I was doing, but I think I get the general idea of how to do it now. Okay, so let's put some more on. This going like this. I'm really realizing that doing this in a day is basically impossible. Okay, there's a couple ones with the Voron logo on there. I'm not sure if I have those. Yeah, I don't think I got those printed. So I just have these ones that I think go in the middle here. But we'll have to verify that. Yes. This goes in the middle of the left and the right sides, I think. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay. Let's see how these get attached. All right. Okay, so one side has fans sucking in, and the other side has just nothing. Got it. And 13 by 8 socket head cap screws on the outside. 3 by 8. Got it. Three by 8. How does it? What does it bolt into? This doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. Oh my gosh. What am I supposed to do here? Instructions unclear. Is anyone else seeing this? Fans need heat set inserts in them. Seriously? That's weird. Thanks for the help, by the way. I would not have figured that one out. Wow, these fans can take a lot of heat. Crazy. Holy smokes. I mean, this just goes to show you how crappy typical plastics are at handling temperatures. These are, I'm having to go up to 800 degrees to be able to press these heat set inserts. Ooh, wow, and just touching the spot that got heated up, they're hot to the touch. And it makes this satisfying crunching noise as they sink in. Very nice. That's crazy. Alright, next step. Alright, last one coming up next. Today everything seems, yeah, everything needs a heat set insert. Oh, I pushed that one in way too far. Whoops. Oh well. Okay, as we were saying, All right, more assembly of fan stuffs and screws. Da, 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 da. 6 hours. Woo. Yeah, this is an 800 Fahrenheit. What am I doing? Toiling away when my machine could be doing the work for me? Ah, luxury. All right. Oh, let's turn that soldering iron off. It's pretty hot. Okay. Oh, backwards. Silly me. There we go. Let's flip it around. There we go. There. Come on. Get out of there. I hate this. Whew. As this build goes on, I'm just having more and more fun. This is so fun. I'm having so much fun. Okay. Okay. Alright, so now it's time to attach these guys. I'm pretty sure I know how they get attached. but I'm not entirely sure. So, I'll just put them in there, and if I need to move them later, then so be it. Okay. Okay, don't inhale those fumes. In one sitting seems a bit clickbaity, wouldn't you agree? Well, I'm trying. Boogie down. You have a problem with people trying? It's a challenge. There we go. Am I doing this right with the positioning of these little brackets? I think it's fine. And then I need this tin rail to span the whole gap. Okay, all right. I don't understand how Nero does this every day. It must be some form of I don't know. It's like self-torture. All right, next. This is incredibly time-consuming. How much do you think you'd have to pay someone to build one of these Vorons for you? Or another way to think of it is, how much would you want to be paid to build one of these for someone else? What do you think? Would you do it for $100? $250? Derek would build a Voron for $250. That's incredible. Does that price factor in that you enjoy building it? Or if you had to do like 1,000? Okay. $500 to $750. Yeah, it takes 30 hours, I guess. Is there a standard way to put these inverted electronics mounts in your printer? Or do you just do whatever you want? Just wing it. Parts tuning, debugging. Okay. I'm gonna YOLO it. Thank you for the permission. I was giving myself permission, but it's good to hear that I'm not just completely messing it up by doing this. I guess they're pretty easy to slide around too, so if I needed to move them, it's not really a big deal. Holy smokes. Yes, okay. Alrighty, next up, some fan grates for no reason. I'm a little confused here. What? Ah, there we go. Heat set inserts again. Alright, and this time, this way around. I sort of didn't get the beginning of this arc. What exactly is he building a Voron Trident since his favorite printer is the K1C? Well, I just want to see what this is like. You know, I need to see what the Voron community is all about. So, part of it is the indoctrination process of spending 40 hours planning, building, troubleshooting, you know. I might have a change of heart, you know, after all the trials and tribulations. And I feel like it's a little bit of a rite of passage to build a Voron. I love Bambu printers, that's true. That much is true. Ah. Oops. I do think, make sure you don't use RepRap firmware because Voron fanboys... Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's actually tempting me into putting RepRap firmware on here, but I will respect your wishes and not upset the fanboys. Okay, let's see, these go back here. I do think the Voron community plays an important role in the landscape of 3D printing. So even if it might not be my cup of tea, it's important to know how crazy the people that actually build these things are. Like, I could understand if it took like 2 or 3 times longer than the P1P or a K1 to build. But this is like a full-time job for a week. Volunteer work. It's just impressive that people are willing to do that. Like, this is crazy to me. bonus points if you go duet with whatever their software is called. Yeah. I didn't print my own parts. A guy is he's in chat. Derek Cerillo, Cederico. I don't know how to say the last name. But yeah. I don't think I'm gonna mod this printer. Cirillo, there we go. Yeah, Derek printed the parts out. So thank you, Derek, for getting me started into this descent into madness. It's very kind of you. Okay, so what should I do for food? I'm not hungry yet, but I imagine at some point in the next 20 hours I might need to eat. We're 6.5 hours in. Yes, showing off a Voron, it's like showing off a Voron build so you can belong to them. The Voron Club is not user-friendly and not transparent. So we still do not know when the 2.5 comes out, and not transparent on how you can join their board. That's okay. They're just doing their thing in secret. Yeah, I actually have a bunch of RepRap. I mean, I have a bunch of duet boards that I need to do something with. Like, why is this so many pieces? This piece I just put together. Can someone explain it to me? Like, it's 5 pieces with 8 press fit inserts, 10 additional fasteners, another press fit insert, and then it's like this flimsy thing that's held onto the side with a single bolt that'll just snap off if it's actually loaded with any real amount of loading. I don't understand that. You know what? I can serialize my printer that I buy from the store. It has a serial number on it already. You know? That's the easy part. What in the world? Oh, okay. Alright, I see what's going on here. Okay, so this is a good start. Time to put some electronics in here. Alright. So we have a power supply. Can anyone give me like a percentage estimate of how far I am along in this? But where's the sense of achievement buying a serial number at the store? I don't know. I feel achieved when I get a printer. It's fun. Like, you just get it out of the box and you start using it. Do you feel like there has to be some sort of challenge involved with getting your 3D printer started? What the heck? Oh my goodness. There we go. All right. Next up, here's the power supply mount. One of the few use cases of M4 screws is the power supply mounting hardware. Seems like they just decided to use M4s on this kind of stuff. Ah, yes. Okay. And this can go over here. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. What else gets attached down here? I've just got the main board and the power supply. Doesn't seem like a whole lot else needs to go down there. What do I do with all these? I've never used a printer with these. I guess they're like the cable management channels. I'll figure it out. I guess like I attach them to the DIN rail like this. Have one on the left and one on the right. Works for me. Oh my, oh no, that is a lot of dust. I'm turning up my HEPA filter. Suck that dust out of the air. Ah, okay. I'll follow the LDO layout. Good idea. Mandic built a Trident 2 days at one of the rep. Oh my goodness. Over 2 days. That's incredible. Okay. I'll look at the manual electronics layout. Thank you for the advice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me see if I have... LDO. Hold on. I'll get the LDO manual up in just a second. Okay. What do I do? Where do I find this thing that I'm supposed to be using? Da-da-dun. As you can see, I'm reading the screen. I'm looking at it. So, wiring guide here. That's probably it. Oh no, this is complicated. Why? What in the world? Okay. I did that completely wrong. Good to know. Jeez. Okay. Now you tell me. Ooh. That's spicy. Alright. I'll just undo a couple screws and flip that around. I need to take a quick trip to the loo, but I don't want to leave you guys unentertained, so I'm going to put a video up for you. Fortunately, I have the copyright to some pretty high quality videos. I got permission from the copyright holder. They're giving me permission to play them on my stream. And they promised they would not copyright strike, which I really appreciate. It's very, very generous of this person to allow the usage of their videos. So I want you to go and subscribe to this this person that decided to allow me to use their videos. We're going to look at one of the classics. I always say that this was my best video, and no one ever believes me. But yes, this is... Oof. Yeah, let's do this one. This one's so good. Fanless build. Very good. But I think... You know, look at this. This is what I love about Creality. I made videos like this, and then they're like, do you want to try our new printer? They were just like, yeah, we don't care. I mean, it looks like people watch your channel, so have at it. Thank you. And then I do the same thing with Bambu Lab, and they throw a big fit. I don't get some people. Anyways, let's do Silence of the Fans.
It rubs the brown fence on the skin, or else it gets the...
It's a little bit weird, but I'll be right back, guys.
This is the loud fans in the basket. It's your precious check of the hose.
Okay. We'll find something else. That's just the intro that's entertaining. How about How about some random destruction? I don't know. This seems alright. Okay, have fun. I'll be right back. And I just gotta grab a bite and stuff.
Let's just get straight to the printing. Someone left a comment on my last video saying to adjust the belt tension to see if I can get the printer to make less noise. See if I tighten this up, I get even more resonance and more noise. But if I loosen it, it quiets down quite a bit. Both of these prints came detached from the bed before they finished, but I've got enough here to see if it works. So I've melted it together using a torch, and we'll see if it can split some wood. Well, that worked all right. Next test is to see if it can split a brick. Oh yeah! The tip is a little worse for wear, but if I made a blunt tool, like a sledgehammer or something, I'm pretty sure it would be effective. Since both of my last prints failed due to warping, I think now would be a great time to try out this enclosure. People don't usually talk about printing PLA in an enclosure, but when you're printing super thick parts like this, there's tons of thermal stresses that cause your parts to warp, so we'll see if this enclosure helps with that. Assembly instructions, we don't need that. The packaging here is really nice, so I'll start by undoing these 4 screws, so I can separate these 2 pieces. These appear to be the top and bottom of the enclosure. We've got 4 aluminum extrusions, which should make up the corners of the machine. It comes with these little copper bushings, and you're going to want to put some where the door hinges are going to go. So there's 2 on the bottom piece here, and there's 2 on the top piece. Then I'll install the fan over here. It seems that these screws just thread directly into the plastic, which is a nice low-cost solution. Then you can take the included filter pack and put it on top. Next up, I need to install the pillars into the bottom and insert 1 screw under each corner and thread on one of these supports. It looks like these pillars are identical and symmetric, so that makes assembly a lot easier because you don't have to pay attention to where you're installing them. I'm torquing these bolts down until they're flush with the bottom. They kind of sink into this foam board material. Once all your bolts are installed, they include some padded feet to attach one of these sticky feet onto the bottom of all 4 corners. Next, you're going to want to install all 4 sides of the enclosure. When you remove the plastic protection, these sides are nice and clear. The fan's going to go on the right side, the logo is going to go on the back wall, and there's only 1 side left, so you know where the last panel goes. Now those brass bushings that you inserted earlier, now you're going to put the door into these copper bushings that you installed earlier. The last step is to install the top. You're going to want to make sure to line up these bushings so the doors are held in place properly. Then put the 4 screws in the top here, and you're going to want to gently prod everything to get it to fall into the slots that are cut in the top. And it just fell into place, so everything should be aligned now. And just like on the bottom, I'm going to tighten down these screws until they're flush with the surface. Alright, and just like that, we have a little terrarium for our 3D printer to live in. Fnatter, or I don't know, that's kind of a strange name. Fnatter. Fnatter. I'm going to call it Fnatter, okay? Fnatter did warn me that this wouldn't fit the Ender 3S1. This enclosure is designed for the Ender 3 V2 series of printer. So you can see, this just barely doesn't fit. It's really close though. But I'm not going to let a little setback like this get in my way. I'm going to remove these pesky feet on the Ender 3S1. We don't need those rubber feet. Oh wait, we do need those. Without those rubber feet, the fans are going to be blocked. It sits on the bottom there. When I removed this foot, I found this strange loose bolt under here. And it's right next to all the high voltage stuff in the power supply, which is kind of worrisome. But I'm just going to go ahead and put this foot back on. Pretend we didn't see that. Alright, let's get this fatty out of here. You don't fit, do ya? Let's see if our Ender 3 V2 fits in here. Yep, that fits in there just fine. The doors close, so as you can see here, the bed can move all the way forwards and backwards, and the doors can close. So this is definitely designed for the Ender 3 V2 and previous printers. The Ender 3S1 grew a little bit, which I don't think Fnatter was counting on. So they'll be releasing another version of this printer box that you can fit your Ender 3S1 into. Hopefully I'll be able to review that when it comes out. As you can see in here, the Ender 3 V2 fits nicely. In the meantime, you can buy this one on Amazon. It's about $200, which I think is a pretty good deal because I looked into buying some of these plexiglass side panels to make my own enclosure, and they're pretty expensive. So getting this pre-built kit ends up costing about the same, and it has a lot more professional look to it. But we're not doing a video on the Ender 3 V2 right now, so let's just take this out. And we'll see what we need to do to get this Ender 3S1 to fit. I just need to cut out a hole that's about the same size as the Ender 3S1. Also, I want to get rid of this stupid handle in the front that sticks out. Nobody asked for this, Creality. So that made the printer a little bit shorter in this direction. I'm going to cut an Ender 3S1 shaped hole in the bottom here. I'm going to mark where I need to cut along the front and the back. And since this is flipped upside down, I'm going to take the offset that I need over here.
We're ready to get back to business.
Opposite side. And I'm going to take the offset that I need on this side and draw it on the other side.
There we go.
I'm going to tell the printer to heat up.
Yeah, this
the heater's in here.
that was fun.
Here, I've just
Okay,
heat up any minute.
so it's time
I think we ran into
to
some
continue
limitation
the Voron build.
somewhere.
The only question is how long can I keep doing this? I think I can maybe do yeah, I gotta eat. I'm very hungry. Do you think I can do maybe like a 12-hour stream? I only need to go another 6 hours to get there. We'll see how far we can get. Maybe I can finish it by then? We'll find out. I have my favorite adult beverage. It's a Shirley Temple. Very hardcore drink. I feel like a tough guy whenever I have one of these. Okay. Back to Voron building nonsense. So, okay. So, I guess you use double-sided tape to secure all these wiring channels, by the looks of it. I'm going to need to reorient these DIN rails to be running front to back. We've got all sorts of delicious snacks here. Look at this delicious charcuterie. Ah, I'm eating well. Do you want me to do a sleeping live stream where I'm just like sleeping under the desk? That could be fun. Oh. This is a twist top. You just go like this. Okay, let's keep this going. For some reason my preview is like way behind. Let me get this caught up to real time. There we go. Okay. Let the wiring begin. Oh my, oh my. Okay. One moment, everyone. Hello? Oh, you're watching? Well, thanks for watching. Okay. Okay. How long do you reckon I should keep going? No. Okay. So, what do you think? Like 2 more hours of this? Okay, 2 hours. Yeah, that's fine. No. Alright, yes, boss. Alright. So I got, thank you for the call. I will take your advice under consideration. Alright. Bye. Alright, so that was my manager. Apparently, I have to wrap this thing up in 5 hours, so we're just going to keep going. Okay, let's flip these around. We'll keep going. Okay. Oh, man. So I think I have to attach the bottom panel to keep going with this. Here's the bottom panel. I'm not entirely sure how this gets held in place because there's no holes. I'm doing the inverted electronics setup, so this has to go on the bottom, and then I attach all the wires and stuff to this. So we'll do our best. Not gonna lie though, I'm starting to run out of gas at this point. Any sane person would probably stop now and pick it up on another day. But we're not quitters, so we're gonna keep going. bogey down. I would take a nap before doing wiring. Well, that's because you're weak. Okay? We're not weak on this channel. Ah. Let's keep going. The fun never stops. If you want this endless to-do list to be a part of your life, I would highly recommend getting into the Voron build community. It just never stops. It's never ending. It's continuing tasks until you can't handle anymore. TNX, you're too funny. Okay. Alright, if you didn't come here for sanity, then I think you know what to expect here. So let's keep going. Let's do this. Okay, so these go on the right side. Oh, this is upside down. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, these go on the right side. Oh man, I'm confused. This thing's like upside down and backwards. Whew. Okay. I gotta use my brain here. Right side. Yes, this goes on the right side. This goes on the left side. Just like that. Okay. Yep, that looks good. Then we got, okay, my gosh. Okay, so this goes up front. Let me get my terminal blocks. I'll put those in too. Okay, this is not in the instructions, but it looks like we can slide this. Slide that up. Come on. Slide that up. Okay, and then this can go up here. Whew. Oh, no, no, no. It goes over here. Yeah, that's the solid state relay, so that should be switching the power to the heated bed on and off. What is all this crap? This is like way too much wires. Alright, we have a touch screen here. I think I'll get that wired up now. Yeah. This is what it goes into. Is that right? No. Okay. Guys, this is really confusing. Okay. Alright. Guys, I need you to pump me up. I need to be prepared for this. So tell me, how do I do this? A 1,400 ounce New York steak. That sounds delicious. I'm going to be honest, GP. I've never watched a full Voron build. I've seen like part 5 and it's like 7 hours long. And that makes me worried. I'm going to show you something though. For those of you wondering if anyone has faith in my ability to build things, I need to show you some receipts that will tell you, you know, what people think about my ability to build things. This is what Jason from LDO sent me when I was trying to get this project going. He said, I really need to make sure our creator will finish the project before we send the kit. And I said, I will 100% finish the build. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. My suggestion would be to not do inverted electronics so you can follow the manual. And the kit. It's okay if you don't do it in one sitting, change the title. I'm not changing the title, okay? We don't back down here on Nathan Builds Robots. If I need some time to gather my thoughts, I eat some string cheese. Okay. Let's go. Alright, I know what to do. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this gets attached like this. I just need to move these move these over. One's there. Here's an idea. Throw everything in the back of your SUV and finish it there. Should be smooth sailing with all your prior experience. Yeah, that's a good idea. I might actually do that. Do a little Voron building camping trip. I like it. I actually have some solar panels. I could do some off-the-grid printing. Jason is saying he's going to be very disappointed if I don't finish it today, so I guess I have to do it. Here goes. Right, let's just power through this. Don't think, just put things together. If you stop to breathe, that's okay. But it's better to just keep assembling things while you breathe. Okay, there we go. So for some reason I don't have this little block of terminal blocks. I don't know if they just forgot to include them in the kit or if they're not needed on the... No, this is the LDO docks, so I must have those. Let me go find them real quick. I have this kind of terminal block I can use as an alternate. It was probably good to stick with what Voron or LDO gave me. Whew. Oh man, let's turn that soldering iron off. Having fun yet? Yes, definitely. Oh, they moved to Wago maybe? Those terminals should work. I mean, you could include a nap in one sitting. Yeah, nap in the chair. Oh, yeah, that's right. Actually, Jason did mention there was something about a new guide. I'll see if there's a Rev D version. Oh, yeah, this is Rev A through C. Let's try Rev D. If they have it online yet. Hold on, I'm going to set a timer. Doot, doot. Okay. Rev D wiring guide. That's what I want. So I'll just open this on the computer. And we'll paste it up here. Alright, so here's the Rev D wiring guide. I hope they don't tell me to flip those. Oh no, you're kidding me. I just switched the DIN rail. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay. No problem. Let's just keep going. LDO moment. Yes. All right. The yogurt will keep me sustained. Okay. I'll flip that back around because I'm smart. So we flip it back around. Okay. My advanced technology doesn't even work on these, so I have to use the old-fashioned tools. Alright. Easy. Easy. So I have a question for chat. After this build, does Voron's position on your tier list change? I don't know. What was it before? I've always known this whole Voron thing is a bit of an anomaly. Like, it doesn't make any sense to do it, but people do it anyways, and it's fun. apparently. Alright, this goes back towards the edge there. I'm just shocked how many people actually go through with this. This is crazy. I mean, I came into this knowing that it would be difficult, but honestly, this is more difficult than building my own 3D printer that is like twice as big. Because there's just so many little pieces. I don't know, I just build I just build things big and stupid, and that makes it easy to put together for some reason, for me. But something like this where it's like so, I guess, it's so complicated. But then there's step-by-step instructions. I don't know. It's weird that something like this exists. Okay, now I need 2 more of these. Where are they? Okay. Serious question. What are your thoughts on 3D printing homes? If there's an Australian guy who built a 3D printer for homes, is in the process of scaling out for mass production. I think it's a great idea. Especially, I mean, look at how expensive houses are right now. If you can sell a house, like let's say you buy a plot of land for $200,000 and you 3D print a house and that costs $10,000, then you can sell it for whatever, a lot of money, and that's not a bad deal. I think with 3D printed homes, it still ends up requiring a lot of tradesmen. Like you need to wire it and install the plumbing and everything. So it still ends up being a highly manual process. Like it doesn't delete all the human labor, which is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. It's like, you know, it's not gonna put home builders out of a job, but at the same time it might speed up production and let you use cheaper materials. And honestly, I think concrete and clay are much better candidates for 3D printing materials than plastic is, just because of how cheap it is. Okay, alright, that's all set up. Now I can put a channel in between those two. Okay. I think this guide is for a 300 by 300 kit, so everything's going to be a little bit tighter in my electronics compartment. So it's not going to look exactly the same as what's on the screen there, but that's okay. So in a kind of a plot twist, a 300 by 300 is probably a little easier to build. Huh. So Boogie Down is saying that he needs about 4 people on site to build a house. That's good. I mean, he's going to need like 3D printer operators as well, which it turns out there's a lot of qualified people in my audience, so maybe it could be a good job for you guys. I wouldn't mind building houses. Seems like an honorable trade. So I'm going to kind of move this board to the middle and then slide it up so that it's occupying some of this space in the front of the printer. Kind of in the gap between the 2 stepper motors here. And that'll help get me a little more real estate to work with. I saw a few videos on 3D printed concrete homes. I would like to make a video on 3D printed concrete homes. That sounds interesting. Maybe they could give me a free house. Okay, let's get those set up. One in the back there, behind the printer. Looks like they break it up into 2 segments. I'll just leave it as one. And this one gets chopped up. Okay, interesting. So they cut it up into sections, and it's interrupted by the little DIN rails there. Hooey. Okay, in Texas, you say. Okay. All right. Let the wiring begin. Okay. Looks like a little thing gets attached over here. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll find it in the box. What are your thoughts about an enclosed printer if I have an extremely hot place? I know you can take off lids, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Well, just see if it works or not. I mean, I've never really had issues running printers in hot environments, personally. Okay. 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 Oh my goodness, why are there so many little wires? Okay. 24 volt PSU, 48 volt PSU. Where's the 48 volt PSU? I don't have one. I think I just ignore that until I get a 48 volt PSU. So I just kind of double up the wires. I have a 48 volt power supply, but I don't think I'm going to use it on this just yet. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes. SSR. Okay. 24 volt PSU. Oh my gosh. Okay. So okay, there's a little DIN rail. I mean, a little Wagos that get attached up here in the corner. So let's at least get this part done. Neutral. Oh. Neutral. Ground. L. Go. Okay, that's one. All right, earth. Come on. Does that not go on there? Why not? Come on. There we go. Okay, you just gotta push it. Okay. Brown. Good. Oh man. Okay, that gets wired into a Wago. We got three of those. So I have a question for chat. What do you guys think of French food? Honest question. If the Voron is still a thing, or the other printers advanced so far, nobody would consider building one. I don't think that's true. Even if a printer is outdated and outclassed, people will still buy it because there's marketing momentum. I mean, people are still buying the Ender 3 original when really there's no reason to buy that printer with the modern options on the market. But people buy it because there's a bunch of videos about it. There's a bunch of like Reddit posts about it. Pizza and spaghetti, yes, classical French foods. Anything potato. I feel that aftermarket companies will keep these relevant. Yeah, but it has to appeal to only a certain type of person. What if we run out of those type of people? And there's not going to be anyone to buy these. Okay, electronics. Oh, come on, where are they? Where are those electronics? Where? Okay. I have my own supply of Wago connectors, so I don't need to waste time on this. I'll just get a couple of these out. Just get 3 of these. 5 across. Oh, no, they're back there. Okay, they're behind the printer. I don't know who put them back there. Someone who's clearly trying to sabotage me. Okay, let's get those plugged in. One to each type of line. Okay. Wiring's almost done. We got one connected wire. Wow, it's in the top 10 cuisines of the world. That's not saying much. I like the LH Stinger. Ooh, Jantech, hello. It's a lot of time. My time would probably be better spent making videos on other things that are like faster to produce. This is not a fast video at all. This is a huge time sink. Where do you think AI is bringing us further in the 3D printing world? I don't think so. I don't think it has anything to do with 3D printing right now. Okay, what's next? I don't have a 48 volt power supply, so I will shelve this for now. Maybe I'll get one later. Okay, just a nice bundle of wires here. Frame, PE. I guess this is to ground the frame of the printer. Probably a good thing to have. Alright, what do we have here? Bed PE. Okay. At least they're paying attention to safety here. That's good. They probably are spending more attention, or putting more attention into safety than most 3D printer companies, which is good to see. Alright, what do we have in blue here? Bed, neutral. Alright, we'll take it. To motherboard. Alright. I'll send this out to the motherboard. Come on. Alright, 24 volt plus and minus. Hello, what? Oh, what? Okay. So apparently 48 volts goes in on the other side of the bed, which is kind of nice to have that separation so you don't accidentally wire things up in the wrong place. Okay, what else do we have? This, I bet, goes to the solid state relay. 24 volt in to tool head. Huh. Interesting. Tool head gets its own connection to... I don't know what that means. Okay, we'll set that aside for now. Okay. To solid state relay. You know where that goes. Is my solid state relay backwards? It just might be. Okay, that goes to solid state relay. I guess I'll, use that one. Okay. I guess this goes from the solid state relay to the bed. Yes, bed load. Okay, there we go. It's a solid state relay. We got this. Okay. Positive over there. Negative over there. Okay. Can you elaborate? AI is not bringing us further in the 3D printing world. Seems like you're just not interested. Oh, name one application where AI has been applied to 3D printing. Generative design, I guess. Producing complex shapes. It seems like most of AI is focused on producing two-dimensional images and text, and neither of those can you 3D print. Unless you're talking about HueForge, which is kind of a niche application in 3D printing. I guess AI could be used to optimize print settings on various models, but like that's all very academic. Heat bed. That's where I want that to go. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Sorry guys, have to fly. Have a nice sit in here. Alright, thanks Bogey Down. Thanks for joining. Beat Chuck from Canada with the one sitting. I don't know what that means. For text generation, I guess user feedback is better for manuals that serve the user. I guess so. 1K and you'll have to build it too. Not sure what that means. Midnight upon me. Okay, TNX, thanks for joining. French cuisine, yeah. Alright. It turns out there's a lot of French food haters out there. I'm not sure what that's about. Alright, I don't have a 48 volt bed yet, so we will put all this aside. In its own little baggie. Okay. What next? Let's just keep plugging on through this whole thingy. Let's do some stepper motors. Alright, let's go up here. This is actually pretty simplified wiring in the grand scheme of things. Clicky probe, Nevermore kit. Okay. I think there's one more little thing I need to attach in the mainboard area. Here's all of our stepper wires. We'll get started with those. And I think this little guy goes into the mainboard area, and that's what feeds the Nevermore probe. This gets attached over here. How does that work? How does this work? How is that attaching to the wall? I guess that's it's just kind of floating there. The Nevermore probe. Let's see if I have a 3D print just for that. Well, we'll plug it in for now, and figure out what's going on with it later. Okay, so Nevermore probe. Gets attached somewhere in here. We get the wire from this. And then this goes out to the hot end, which I'll just string up here. Yeah, like that. And then we also supply power to that. So it'll probably be a wire. Nathan the Sitting Bull. Okay. Nathan, use the wiring schematic, not this image. Okay, fine. Fine. Is there a wiring schematic? No, there's no wiring schematic. Okay. Alright, I need one with an Ethernet plug that goes to the back. Is that what this is? Is there Ethernet plug? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Okay. So where's our Ethernet terminal? Where is that? There we go. So this goes in here. Come on. There we go. Alright, here's our Ethernet terminal. That also goes in the back. And I plugged it in upside down, of course. Oh my gosh. Okay, flip that right side around. Okay. And I want to stick something in here to get it to stay in place. Which I don't know if that's standard practice. I guess it's fine the way it is. Let's plug it in. So I need two hammer nuts. Okay, going beast mode today. Yes, I'm not gonna finish this. I'm starting to accept defeat at this point. I made some good progress, I guess. Crimp that S by Alright, Bogey Down, you said you were going a while ago. Why don't you get on out of here? I'll catch you in the next stream. The Ethernet things can be a really tight fit. Force it? Okay. Let's go. Alright, that's that. Looks like I had an extra wire hanging out over here. What is this? To tool head. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so we'll attach this to the Nevermore. Jeez. Okay, and then this goes to the power supply. Oh. To tool head. What? To 24 volts. Okay. We're good. We're just gonna put this in over here. I don't know if it's the right move, but it makes sense to me. Ah, da 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 da. There we go. Neat. Okay, let's get some of these stepper motors wired up. At least the 3 in the bottom should be easy to wire, and even the ones in the top. These are pretty much static, so they're not moving around, which makes things easy to wire. This is some high quality Teflon wiring. It's way overkill for the job, but I mean, if you're paying this much for a kit, you might as well have the overkill nice stuff. Down, 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 down. Okay. There it is. Alright, and here's our little stepper motor cables for the Z-axes. Apparently it matters which one you plug them into, so I will pay attention here. Okay. Okay. Come on. Huh, okay. Huh. Alright, so I need to run another power source from the power supply out to the high voltage end of the board. just because they're isolated, so the 24 volt end can't power the high voltage end. That's okay, we can do that. I have the wires. Okay, stepper motors. Okay. Z2 is on the left side. We've got Z2 all squared away. Z2 is plugged into the middle plug there. Okay. Z0 is on the right side. Plugged in right there. Okay, Z0 is plugged in all the way at the end on the right side of the board. And Z1 is plugged into the middle. And that gets routed over to the back. Over there. And that gets looped around the right side of everything. I can do that. Okay, now let me get one of those high voltage cables. And since I don't have a 48 volt power supply, I'm just hooking it up to the 24 volt power supply for now. Come on. Undo. There we go. Okay. This gets grounded somewhere. Where does it get grounded? Huh? Just onto the frame somewhere. Come on. Just tell me where to ground it. Okay. You ground... Huh? To the bed? Okay, that's to the bed. Okay, there we go. Frame ground just gets attached into the back in some random area. Okay, I can do that. Looks like an M5 sized bolt. We can provide one of those. And I think I need a shorter fastener. I think there's a special one in here even for the job of grounding the frame. Connect frame PE. Huh. Okay. I need to find that mini bolt. Here it is. See, here's our little mini bolt for grounding. Ta-da! Gah. Ta-da! Okay, that's grounded. That's most of the wiring, and the Nevermore makes this super simple to run all the wires up to the hot end. So that's one thing I'm really looking forward to in this video, or in this build. And then there's only a few wires that go out to the bed, so overall the wiring on this really isn't too bad. I don't know what everyone was talking about when they're like, how hard is this going to be? You're going to hate wiring. I like wiring. It's not too bad. I'm sure I'll do wire management. Nah. I mean, as long as the wires can fit inside of the panels, I think it's fine. Like, take a look at this. See all this? There you go. All solved. Okay, so anyone who spends a lot of time worrying about wires, I think it's just a little silly. Okay. Alright, what else are we doing? I have some loose ends here. This goes over to the motherboard high voltage area. Okay. Negative and plus in this arrangement. Would it be unfair to say that Vorons aren't for sane people? Because it doesn't really make sense why you would get into this. It costs more, it takes longer to build, and it's not as high performing as some of the mainstream options on the market. So why would you get it? Is there a logical appeal to why you would want one of these? Or is it all just craziness? I'm going to need Nevermore. Okay, I have the Nevermore / Nighthawk. So that's like the little filter that gets installed up in the top little area. Don't worry about it. I got it. It's under control, guys. Okay, Clicky, Nevermore. Now, Clicky adds a lot of part count to this thing, so I'm not a big fan of that. I wish it was just some little thing that got attached to the hot end. Whatever this is called, this thing. I'm going to try to put the hot end together. That way when I get the carriage, I can mostly just finish this up. I need to print out a new part for the heated bed. I need to print out a part for the X carriage. and I need to print out a part for the Nevermore little thing to be held and a little breakout board. So that's all probably one tray's worth of parts, so I'll just print out those parts and get back to this. It's looking good so far. Okay. Alright, interestingly enough, all three of these cable chains are the same, except one is inverted compared to the others. So I might actually get these cable chains run while we're here today as well. I'm guessing this is the inverted one right here. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. Oh, Nelly. Yes. Just like this. Oh. Huh. I'm not sure how that works. We're gonna have to figure that out. Okay, and then we have the okay. Okay, so Nevermore probably goes up around the back like this. Okay. Voron Revo, pretty sure that goes in right here. I'm going to try putting this extruder together, because why not? Can I put the extruder together without putting the carriage together first, or having the carriage to bolt everything together? I don't know. Oh man, these are gonna get lost. I'm not opening that bag right now. Oh man. Okay. Nozzle probe shaft. Guys, my neck is hurting. Like, I've been sitting like this for too long. If you have Nighthawk, you only need one cable chain for the bed. Okay. Oh. Huh, okay. So I have a bonus cable chain. I have one motor left, and that is the extruder motor. I'm guessing that goes somewhere around here, like this. Some crap. Okay. The end stop. Alright, this box is empty. It's going in the trash. Whew. What in the world? Where is my parts? Where are they? Guys, I'm gonna need to lay down for a while after this stream. This is intense. Ugh. Make a 24-hour, please. That's cruel and unusual to put someone through that. I would not wish that on my worst enemy. I'm just shocked at how many people do this, like Voron building thing. It's gotta be an indicator for some sort of like disorder. Because why else would you do this? With a Prusa on the desk. Well, the Prusa is off the desk right now. 24-hour pause? No, please, not please. I'm tired. It's paused 24 hours. I am pretty sure someone could do this in one sitting without sleeping. I am not that person. Because I don't know what I'm doing and I don't have all the parts. And I just don't have enough space, really. Like, if I had more space to organize everything, I feel like this would be a lot easier. Also, if I had a printer set up to crank out some parts as I'm doing all this, it would be a lot easier as well. I'm missing a part that I need. Okay. Is this the carriage? No, this isn't it. Is it? Okay. Is this... This looks like a carriage. Huh? I'll put a couple bolts in this. Why not? Okay. And this needs some heat set inserts. Alright. Okay, let me do some heat set inserts on this bad boy. I'm done with wiring for now. I need a couple more printed parts. Printed parts, tuning guide, cable chain. That's the hot end holder. Okay, the carriage is a separate part. Got it. Okay, let's go up to the stealth burner. Does the stealth burner have its own manual? Or is it in here? Huh. Okay. Starting to see how this works. Cable chain. Nah, this one. This is the one. Alright, let's attach that. Okay. Okay, just dropped a bolt. That bolt is gone. I'll grab a new one. Okay, let's get some Some nuts. T-hammer nuts. Let's do it. Uh-oh, I dropped a bolt inside of the power supply. That's not good. Is that where the other one went? Now I need to account for everything. It would be terrible if I spent all the time building this and then turned it on and just blew up the power supply. That would be the worst. Come on. I can't get my hands into this tiny area. Holy moly. Okay, let's get those in there. Let's go. Okay, that's looking good. Ooh, yeah, that's looking good. Alright, that's all set. Just need the bed cable. Bed cable. Bed cable. Alright, I need to heat set insert a couple little guys in here. Where are my little brass boys? There they are. Alright, one. And two. There we go. Alright, and that'll be for the bed. Okay, and what is all this? Hello. Okay. Okay. This one. This one goes over here. And this one is for the bed cable. Here we go, one like that. Ooh. Alright. Okay, alright. Da, 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 da. Okay, we got that. Oh, that's upside down. Okay, we'll flip that over. Don't you worry about that. I'll get you flipped over there. This looks right to me. Gosh. Okay. And then down here, we'll just connect a little zip tie. Something or other. All right. Okay, that one fell on the floor. It's okay, we can have a couple fall on the foot. It's not a big deal. Okay. Okay. Got our bed cable all set up. Oh gosh, it's got to be some kind of backwards. Why did I do that? Okay. Alright, follow the manual. When in doubt, follow the manual. Okay. Alright. How the heck does that work? Just a little pro tip, you can just pop these cables apart, these cable chains, just say you don't want them to be a certain way. Just pop them apart and put them back together the other way. As good as new. No one will ever know you did it. Okay, there we go. Alright. Okay, so we got our Z, we got our... Let's do these on the X. Hammerhead T-nuts. Oh, come on. Okay. It went under the desk. We get a new one. That's the older manual. I don't think I've seen someone use USB CAN bus through cable chains. Well, you're about to see someone do it. Yeah, this one's running 0.9 steppers for the X and Y. And then 1.8 for the Z. Okay, let's attach these bad boys up here. Alright, we got another cable down. We're just cruising through this build. Ah, yeah. How does it feel? Feels great. Thank you for asking. Okay, time to quit, resume tomorrow? Nonsense. I just need a couple energy drinks. I'll be good. I had my Shirley Temple. I'll be up all night. It's there's no caffeine. It tastes amazing though. I love it. Okay, what next? let's see. Got all them wires, got all the cable harnesses. Feel good about this. Hey, thanks, Derek. We're moving along. I gotta finish this tomorrow. Or else. I'm just thinking of what I need to do next. I definitely need to do the hot end and tidy everything up and finish the wiring for the heated bed and hot end. So honestly, that's not too much, and it's mostly wiring related. I think most of the structure is done now. I'll do the cable chain. I'll do the belt loop. Yeah. And the remainder of the wiring for the fans. But overall, I think I did an okay job, wouldn't you say? Can I get a amen in the chat? Technically, no. I don't think I'm going to finish it in one sitting. It's not going to happen. If I had like 2 desks set up with like all the parts laid out, and I knew what I was doing, and yeah, basically those 2 things, I think I could do it in one sitting. I could probably do it in 12 hours. We've spent about, let's see what the live stream's saying, 8 hours, almost 9, doing this. If I just knew what I was doing, was a little more focused, had all the parts, I really do think I could do this in 12 hours in one sitting. But as it is right now, I think it's going to take me another 6 hours to finish. Which I don't want to do right now. I'm going to be honest with you right now. I have lost the will to continue, and I'm tapping out at this point. I know, it's very shameful. Nathan builds robots slowly. That's what my new channel name's gonna be. You should stop, you'll make mistakes and just get more frustrated. Yeah, I mean, I started out by making mistakes with the losing the balls everywhere, but fortunately I had extra balls on hand and got that all straightened out. Yeah, I think we're going pretty well. I think things are going pretty good, though. I will do one last little... Oh, wow, I need to turn that off. I'll do one last thing before I call it quits, and that is I'm going to plug in the USB port for the Nevermore. There we go. USB. And then we'll get the Ethernet. We'll plug that in as well. And now that's good enough for me. I don't know if it's good enough for you, but it's good enough for me. Oh, no, I don't want to pinch that cable. Yikes. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is what you mean by you don't want to start making mistakes. I gotcha. I get it. I think everything's fine, though. If it isn't, I'll just have to replace that USB-C cable. No big deal. Alright. Plug that in. And and we'll call it a day. I really would have liked to, I don't know, at least do the belt routing, but as it is right now, I don't have all the parts to do it, and I didn't want to pause and start up a print in the middle of this. So we'll just save that for later. I'm hoping, I know it's a little disappointing to not get it done in one sitting, but maybe we can do it in 2 sittings, just maybe. So if you have faith that we'll be able to finish the job in 2 sittings, I need you all to like and subscribe. And if not, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. 2 sittings, yes, Derek. It'll be close enough. We'll call it a technical victory. Thank you for joining to see the definitive source of 3D printing news. Hope to see the next part, if not good stream. Thank you, Eat the Dead. One iffy. That's an iffy name, if you ask me. I think I might do the next stream tomorrow. I do want to get this project knocked out, just because I've got a lot of projects going on, and you know, having one less gigantic pile of parts around my office will be a nice thing. It'll help me stay a little more organized and just keep things moving. So, if you watched the entire episode, you're an absolute legend. And yeah, round 2. We'll definitely take it out tomorrow. So, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you in the next episode. Goodbye. And we're stopping the episode now.